for Gender and Culture, the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Honorable Peace Mutuzo. Thank you very much for coming and being with us here today. Madam Speaker, the first group photo we shall have will, you'll take the lead together with the Honorable Clerk to Parliament, and then we shall also have the Honorable Minister of State for Gender and Culture. Then we shall also have the team lead of Westminster Foundation for Democracy. We shall also have the district chairpersons, and then the National Executive Committee leadership. That will be the first group photo. And then the second one, the Speaker and the Honorable Minister shall also take the photo with the district female youth councillors. Okay.
MC, can I interrupt you a bit? Can we go to business first? Issue of pictures, we shall take pictures when we are handing over the resolution. Can we go into election? We have Honorable Naigaga, Mariam. Members who have just come, just get up. I'm not seeing you. Honorable Naigaga, Mariam from Namutumba. We have Honorable from Rukungiri. Honorable from Rukungiri. She's there. Honorable Lematia. Honorable Kubeketeria. James. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the guidance, Madam Speaker. Let me invite Mr. Mukaga to take us through the process of the election of the Speaker for the day. And as Mr. Mukaga comes, Farida Nasio, you lost your national identity card. You can come and pick it from me. Thank you.
Honorable ladies, after the election, we will change the venue. The venue will now move to the House. We will go to the House, to Parliament, and you take over the Parliament today.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I had already indicated in the morning, the election of Speaker will be presided over by the Chief Justice. We shall be expecting nominations from you. And as I indicated, for every nomination that you make, you'll give a brief on the qualifications of the person that you are nominating, and you also give a justification as to why you think the person you are nominating should take the chair of Speaker of Parliament. And also to save time, as we had already indicated, we are going to do away with the secret ballot and instead have election of the Speaker by show of hands. We shall have the clerks on hand to make sure that the counting is done appropriately. We had our intention was to have the election done here, and then in the afternoon sitting or midday is when we are going to proceed to the chambers, because our thinking is that shifting from here may end up eating into our time. Thank you so much.
Can we, once a speaker, you're always there to guide the House. Can we have a person nominated? One, the name of, I mean, the role of a speaker in the house is basically to go and chair and be the umpire. Yes, nomination. Yes. Take a microphone. Honorable ladies, you also need to be mindful of your time. You have a number of items on the order paper.
Need guidance by the speaker.
So, yes, I am coming.
Thank you so much, the Right Honorable Speaker of the 11th Parliament. I am by the names Grace Atiang. I come from Kumi District. I am standing to nominate none other than Hajat Farida Chibaya.
Order. Another nomination. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. By names, I am Adrokotedi, Female Youth Councillor, Madiokolo District, standing to nominate Amazi Sarah, Female Youth Councillor, Marata District.
What's the name? The name is who?
The speaker is guiding. Let the speaker.
The youth councillor is who?
Amazi Sarah.
Amazi.
Sarah.
Sarah. Yes.
The speaker is the one who chooses.
First of all, the first nomination, Hajat Farida. Is it seconded? Honorable members, can somebody who is seconding speak to it? Can the seconder speak to it? Microphone, seconder. Yes.
No. I'm audible enough. Honorable Speaker, I'm really grateful. I'm from Bududa District. I'm the chairperson, Women's League. When we talked of nominating, we say I'm Wakwale-based Catherine. I come from Bududa representing Women's League. We were supposed to nominate and talk about the person we've nominated. We nominated Hajat Farida, and we are talking about her now. She's a woman of integrity. She's leading the National Women Council. And given that she has managed to even bring us here, to me, I'm seconding her. And as I second, I'm requesting But because of time, we didn't come here for campaigns. Let her take the position of speaker, steer us through, and we'll go. And for this, Honorable Speaker, I move that we close the nominations. I've seconded. And I pray that we didn't come here to campaign. Let's close the nominations and proceed.
Thank you.
The right honorable speaker.
Thank you.
The right honorable speaker.
Yes.
I would like to inform my colleague.
I want to hear from the other youth there.
I would like to inform my colleague that she has seconded it. Now, for me as a chairperson, Women's League, who comes from Lira, I would like to close the nomination. Farida has to take it. Yes, thank you very much.
Can I second my
Members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, please first go down, go down. Honorable members, I want to hear from that side. Let's hear from that side. We shall put it to vote. We shall put to vote. Let's hear from those youth there. Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, let's hear from the youth.
Yes.
Let's hear from the youth.
Yes. Yeah. Good afternoon, good morning, everyone. Here are the youth speaking. We are the female youth speaking. And we are here to nominate McLean.
Seconded. Seconded. Can somebody second? Can somebody speak?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm Nachiria Prose, a district female youth councillor Ginger. We are seconding McLean for the post of the Speaker.
Now, let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. Can I have order? Can I have order? Order in the house. Can I have order? All of you sit. All of you sit. Sarah was not seconded. Can Sarah be seconded? Speak to it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Other speakers were seconded, but my own was left at some point, maybe because she's the best. I am here to second Honorable Amazi Sarah. Reasons, she is the best, she is intelligent, she is brave enough, she has all the qualifications. So Amazi Oye.
Honorable members, for the sake of democracy, for the sake of democracy, we have 3 candidates. We have 3 nominees. We have Hayat Farida. We have Honorable Sarah Mazi. And then we have McLean. We are going to have honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members, you know, in a house we always want decorum. Decorum is very important. We are going to have the three ladies and we'll line. We'll line and count the number. Can I have the candidates lining?
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members.
Honorable members, make a line, make a line. We are going to count. We are going to count. Make a line. Make a line, we are going to count. Okay, keep quiet, keep quiet, keep quiet, keep quiet. Farida, oye! Keep quiet, keep quiet, keep quiet. Make a line. I want a long line. Long line, we are counting. We are counting.
Are you ready? in the house. Order in the house. The only way we're going to have your candidates win is if we listen to each other. Is that correct? Now, the first candidate is here, Hajat Farida. The second candidate is here, McLean. Sarah, your line is outside. Can we have order, please? Okay, now let's listen to each other.
Honorable members, please go to the house. Honorable members, go to the house. The ladies will join you. Honorable members, go to the house. The ladies will join you. Yes? Can we have the number? Can you count?
We're counting. We need to have one line behind the candidate so that we're able to count. Members, please line up behind Hajat. Please line up behind McLean. You see how we've done it here? It's okay. Let's line up behind Hajat.
Excuse me, ladies. We cannot count you if you're not in a straight line. Can we have a proper line, please?
Can we have 2 lines, 3 lines for the 3 candidates?
Can we have one line? One line. For the clerks to be able to count you, stand behind the other person. This is not the line. Okay. Let's have one line here and another one here. Very organized so that we're able to count. Still, we can't count when you're disorganized. Okay. Yes. Let's first vote. You will have a moment with the speaker.
There will be a deputy speaker.
Let's first vote. Line up, please. The clerks who are counting for McLean, she's here. Line up so that you get counted. Are you counting?
Ladies, as we carry out this activity, please do not enter Parliament with your bags. If you have any big bags or any luggage you came with, please do not enter the building with it. But you have been allowed to move with small bags. If you just have small bags you can move with. The rest, you can put your belongings here and name them on a piece of paper. They are very secure here. That is they are very...
a line.
As we continue the exercise,
Voting has started. Voting has started. Please line up behind your candidate.
on the access to Parliament, we are told that there are some ladies who are accessing the chambers already with their personal belongings. Kindly leave any luggage or big kind of belongings here in the tent where you are seated and mark them with your names. They will be secured here. And as you move with any small bags, you might want to move with your mobile devices. Please keep them in silence mode at all times. Please put your mobile phones in the silent mode at all times to avoid disrupting the plenary. Shama Elizabeth Trint, you're requested to come towards the front. Shama Elizabeth, you are requested to come to the front here. Ladies, let us return to this to the tent. Do not enter the building right now. Please return to the tent. Please return to the tent. Do not enter the building now. Please return to the tent so that we have a consensus on who is going to be the speaker for the day. Please return to the tent. Do not enter the building. Please do not enter the building. Please return to the tent right now and take your seats. Ladies, please do not enter the Parliament building. Please return to the tent. Please return to the tent. Ladies, do not enter the building. We haven't yet completed our exercise here. All the ladies who are at the Parliament entrance right now trying to gain entry, please return to the tent. Please return to the tent and we conclude this exercise. The Right Honorable Speaker is still here and it is imprudent to leave her here, yet she has guided this activity very well so far. Please return to the tent.
Can we have order in the house?
Ladies, please return to the tent. Please return to the tent. Let us have this activity completed and then we shall go to the next program officially. May we please...
You need to move out. Members are not comfortable.
Honorable Jackie, can you get out your juice water? Please. Please
members
get
are not
out.
comfortable, please.
Okay. If the members are not, switch off. Switch off.
Madam Speaker, proceed
Switch
your
off.
matter.
Please, if the members are not comfortable, this is a house of record. Please, Jackie, respect the members.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker.
We have not given you time. Please.
Honourable Speaker,
Then you can take it from out.
Madam Speaker,
Thank you, Honorable Jackie.
Please.
Please.
I am raising to receive the communication from the Speaker if seconded, and we proceed, Madam Speaker. If seconded.
Seconded with the order paper.
To receive the communication from the Speaker.
Can I guide the House briefly? Honorable members, first there was an aspect of an adoption of the agenda. This is an order paper. The order paper is always circulated. Once it is circulated, once the order paper has been made by the Speaker, it is automatic, it is approved. And the rules mandate only the Speaker to make the order paper in consultation with the relevant ministries. That's number one. So it is an adopted order paper. Two, the issue of communication, in the circumstance that you have nothing to raise on what the Speaker has communicated, that means we can go to the next item. You do not need to adopt it or reject it. Let's now move to the next item.
Perhaps I also want to guide that when you speak, when you stand up to speak, kindly mention your name. We need to know the person on the microphone, speaking on the microphone. Clerk, next item.
Item number 4, statement by the Minister on the commemoration of the International Women's Day, 8th March 2025.
the Right Honourable Speaker of this session, I wish to begin by congratulating you upon your victory to the position of the Speaker for the session today on the 3rd of March 2025. I also want to congratulate the Deputy Speaker who has made it through the elections, and thank you young people for the courage to support both the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker. I also want to thank the Right Honourable Speaker, Honourable Among, for giving us, the women of Uganda, an opportunity to speak in this Parliament. It was on the 3rd of March 1995 when the debate was held to discuss the inclusion of women in leadership at parliamentary position and through the structures. And the debate was so heated, if anybody can look at the Hansard, by the time we got 30% of representation of women, it was a heated debate and it took 2 days. It is now 3rd of March, exactly 30 years from 1995 to date. And we are here with an opportunity to enter Parliament as women of Uganda to speak by ourselves, discuss issues of concern which will be addressed to the President to the International Women's Day. This is a very big milestone achievement. Right Honourable Speaker, the background for the International Women's Day commemoration. In 1975, the United Nations declared the International Women's Year to be recognized in March 8th as the International Day for Women, on which all member states recognize and honor women. The International Women's Day has its origin in the struggle by women for social change and their rights to participate on equal terms with men in politics and socio-economic development processes. It is a global day for celebrating the achievements made on the delivery of gender equality and women empowerment. The day also serves as a call for action to accelerate progress towards gender equality and women empowerment. Uganda declared the International Women's Day a national day in 1984, and since then, we have celebrated this day on an annual basis. The last national celebrations were held on the 8th of March 2024 at Katakwi Town Council Boma Grounds, Katakwi District, under the theme, Accelerating Gender Equality Through Women's Economic Empowerment. The national celebrations of the International Women's Day 2025. Right, Honorable Speaker, this year, Uganda will once again join the rest of the world to celebrate the International Women's Day and renew its commitment to promoting gender equality and women's empowerment, as well as lay strategies for further action in collaboration with other stakeholders. Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, the International Women's Day celebrations will take stock of government and other partners' efforts to promote women's empowerment, as well as highlight the progress towards women and girls' achievement in reducing poverty, pursuing their economic empowerment, and contributing to the national development. During the International Women's Day celebrations, women and men champions will be decorated with an award to recognize the efforts they have made towards achieving gender equality and women empowerment following the 12 priority areas of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. And these specific 12 areas include women and poverty, education and training of women, women and health, violence against women, women in armed conflict, women and economy, women in power and decision-making, institutional mechanisms for women's advancement, human rights of women, women and media, and women and the environment, including the girl child. 42 women plus 4 men have been qualified for this award of medals. Right, Honorable Speaker, for Uganda, the year 2025 is a special year for all of us, especially women and girls. The year 2025 marks 30 years of the 1995 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda that provided strong foundation for gender equality and women empowerment. We celebrate this year specifically in Parliament because before 1995, we only had 2 women in Parliament against 90 men. One elected woman, another one was appointed by the president. Right now we have 189 women in Parliament who represent the district and also some represent the constituencies. So the 1995 Constitution was a big do for the women of Uganda. And that's why at 30 years, we stand here to celebrate it. Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, women leaders, we need to take note of the gender inequality that remains a key developmental challenge in Uganda. According to the Global Gender Index report, we managed to reduce the gap from 0.6797 in 2006 to 0.716 in 2024. Whereas we have been able to reduce the gender gaps, you can imagine that we are still ranging in a 0 point. This means that the development is still in favor of men. The development processes that occur are more still in favor of men than women. The ideal would be to show gender equality. So the day will provide an opportunity to reflect on the unfinished business agenda and strategies for accelerating progress on gender equality and women empowerment as government of Uganda embarks on the implementation of the 4th National Development Plan 2025-2030. The theme for the National Women's Day celebrations 2025. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members of parliament, honorable women leaders, every year Uganda celebrates the day with a theme which becomes the guiding message through the year. The national celebration will adopt the international theme for the International Women's Day 2025. The 2025 International Women's Day will be celebrated under the theme, which is global, Accelerate Action for Gender Equality. The theme calls for bold and strategic interventions towards the gender equal future. And I think our presence here emulates the strength with which we want to take this theme further. The theme is relevant in light of the slow progress that countries have made towards gender equality and empowerment of women during the 30 years since the adoption of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action in 1995. The Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action is a global agenda for gender equality and women empowerment. The 30th anniversary for the Beijing Platform for Action and the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, therefore presents an opportunity to define strategies and bold measures to accelerate gender equality, taking advantage of the existing opportunities, as well as address the existing and emerging challenges. The theme for the International Women's Day 2025 is aligned with the theme for the upcoming 69th United Nations Commission on the Status of Women, review the appraisal of the implementation of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, and the outcomes of the 2023 special session of the General Assembly. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, and women leaders, the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development appreciates the efforts of the Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members of Parliament for organizing the second Women's Parliament under the theme, Consolidating Women's Socio-Economic Transformation in Uganda. This is a clear indication that Parliament supports the work of my ministry, and I pray that this theme will continue to remind us of the centrality of the urgency of investing in the women's socio-economic transformation if we are to achieve sustainable human development agenda. I want to take this opportunity to thank the Speaker once again. In the last session before we were elected into before our elections took place, she made it very clear. She also raised a big sound to crack to Parliament, and I think brought it to our attention as members of Parliament, the sitting members of Parliament, and also you as leaders, that every 6 months we shall always come and take review, take stock, bring ourselves together, look at the challenges, and begin addressing them. And the more regular we meet, I think the more we get to the real issues and address the challenges. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, honorable women leaders, our prayer is that the experiences during the second Women's Parliament will inspire and build confidence for efficient participation in the forthcoming elections. Women, please register to vote. Stand up and contest for all positions of leadership, especially the mainstream positions. It's 30 years since affirmative action was passed to legislate to give a woman an opportunity, but one woman to represent a district. But it left an open door for anyone, male or female, to contest on the open seat. We have not had more than 20 women making it to Parliament on the open seat in the last 6 elective periods. This therefore shows that we need to amplify ourselves and contest, register, contest even on the open seat. The open seat remains an open seat if women are open to it. If women do not open up to contest for the open seat, it remains a closed seat for only men. Let us support and vote for fellow women. This is the only way we can continue to break the glass ceiling. We have to take leverage of the numbers. Women constitute more than 51% of the total population. So if women chose to vote for a woman, the woman would make it. Let us also wisely vote using our numerical powers, but also negotiate for the numerical powers that we have through the vote to ensure that gender issues are addressed by whoever we vote. Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, while Uganda has made significant progress on promoting gender equality and women empowerment over the last 3 decades, there still exists a number of inequalities that we need to address, leveraging on the opportunities that we stand for gender equality and women empowerment. One of those, let me highlight a few of the persistent challenges that we still face. There is persistent poverty, which is reflected in the face of a woman. According to UBOS 2022, 50% of the families are headed by women, compared to 39% of the families headed by men, the family households. This brings a tilt and a shift because we have always known that men are the heads of families. But now women are heading 50% of the households. There is persistent discrimination and negative social norms and practices against women and girls, which lead to high levels of sexual gender-based violence, including teenage pregnancies, child marriage, widow inheritance, female genital mutilation, child sacrifices. All these things still happen within our communities, and we need to stand out very strongly against them. Don't be comfortable under the guise of culture. There isn't a culture that wishes to kill its own people. There isn't a culture that grows backwards. And cultures are transitional. Cultures change. And they change with the economies, they change with generations. So all those inequalities had been outlawed. The Penal Code, the Constitution, the number of the legislations we have in this country are sufficient to undo all those inequalities that have always occurred under the guise of culture and sometimes religion. Resource constraints for social development sector. We have limited attention to gender and women's issues across sectors in the formulation of policies, the implementation and programs and projects. While on the legislations we have done well to legislate against all the social inequalities, implementation becomes a challenge because of the limited resources. I am sure even in the districts, the sector for gender is the one that receives the least money. It is not that the minister wishes to give you little money. We also get less at the ministry level. And therefore, this gives us a platform for open discussion that we need to advance more resources for gender equality and women empowerment. Data gaps on gender equality and empowerment of women. There is limited information about how many are disabled youth or male and what disabilities do they have. Limited data about how many women are there with education qualifications lying idle, how many women are there in the information sector, in the media. So that data gap is one thing that we need to address by combing to get all the data from MDAs. There is a backlash on resistance on gender equality and women's empowerment. It persists among both men and women, with some fearing to lose their social status or power. Whenever you advance issues of women, people will say, God created it as such. But God created men and women and blessed them all, meaning that he wished them all well. And he did not say that one is less of a human being. So we need to look at the backlash and strongly challenge the backlash and the causes of such backlash. We need to prioritize priorities for the next 5 years, 2026-2030. Right, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members, we need to update you that Uganda has identified sets of priorities for the next 5 years, which are in the 4th National Development Plan. They include improvement of women's livelihood and economic empowerment through the following interventions. We shall scale up the grants, capitalize land fund, enforce laws for the world of work. We need to develop decent world of work for both men and women, where women are not harassed at work. We have capitalized the land fund. Women have now access to land, which is breaking the previous norm that where women would not own land. In Uganda, women, for as long as they have the resources, they can own as much land as possible.
As you conclude, Honorable Minister, I want to manage time.
Right, Honorable Speaker, if you allow me more 3 minutes, I will conclude by stating that we have to improve access to social services, focusing on health, education, training, and skilling of women, providing water and energy, cheap energy, so that women no longer have to fetch firewood, but can use the energy to cook and save on time to do other works that are developmental. We shall strengthen government and accountability for gender equality and women's empowerment through courtesy, building strong women institutions. We shall build mindset change, because sometimes when you stand up for a woman's interests, it is women themselves that pull you down, that this is a space for men, please don't rise up. So we have to do mindset change for women to understand and appreciate that they have the right to stand and continue standing for the right cause for women's empowerment. Elimination of gender-based violence and promoting women's rights is critically important. We have to promote women's efficient participation in public life and decision-making. We have to strengthen women's peace and security agenda and negotiate in areas where there is conflict for women to be free. We have to reduce on gender digital divide, where government prioritizes the extension of a brand ICT infrastructure in the country, so that the rural women can be able to watch TV, get access to internet services. Even in schools, they are able to read and write and do much of the studies at home. We have to do more involvement of women in tourism, hospitable sites. And right, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, we need to support Parliament to improve and domesticate finance towards gender equality and empowerment of women, especially in the districts. We need to put more resources for these young leaders who have been elected, all women leaders who have been elected at various positions of responsibility in the districts, to get resources for them to be seen, to implement, alongside with the Ministry of Gender, implement government programs. Right, Honorable Speaker, our chief guest for the International Women's Day celebrations will be His Excellency. Right, Honorable Speaker, the chief guest for the International Women's Day on the 8th of March 2025 will be His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, a friend to women. He has never missed since 1986 to attend to the Women's Day celebrations, and there we're certainly sure that he will be with us. The venue for the National Women's Day celebrations will be in Chankwan's district, Butemba Town Council, at Bukwiri Church of Uganda Primary School. Preparations are on the way. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development takes lead in guiding all the other organizing committee members who are drawn from all MDAs and civil society organizations, the private sector, including the district local government. All local government KCCA will also join us. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. The 1st of March marks the beginning of the Women's Week from the 1st to 7th of March. So we have lined up a number of activities, and this is among the number of activities that we have up to the 7th of March, when we shall be working to Chankwas celebrate the International Women's Day. Right Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, the Women's Parliament should be an annual event during the Women's Week. I beg to propose that we have the Women's Parliament annually as a precursor event every year before we celebrate the Women's Day. We pray that Parliament commits to implementation of the Women Compact that has been adopted, that includes a call for all the responsible ministers, departments and agencies to allocate resources for the effective implementation of Women's Compact. I beg also to pray that we need to support the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development to implement its mandate, including approval of adequate finances to support the structures of the women councils from the national level up to the grassroots. Right Honorable Speaker, we have been lucky that the last year was supported at least with about 5 million shillings to celebrate our International Women's Day. This year we don't see it. We beg that it comes back, even in the bigger volumes. Because the burden for celebrating the district's Women's Day celebrations have always been on the women members of Parliament and the women executive leadership of the councils. It is a big responsibility. But they have diligently done it without resources. From 1986, on their own, they put in their personal money. It's a big eye-opener, it's a big platform, but we need to amplify it if we must make it a platform that really brings value and meaning consistently. As I conclude, I want to welcome you, honorable members, honorable colleagues, to the International Women's Day celebration in Chankwanzi. Come in big numbers. Come with your husbands. Let us not speak alone. For those of you who have husbands, come with them, so that we are not speaking to ourselves, but we are speaking to our partners in the struggle to achieve gender equality and women empowerment. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. In this session, we are supposed to spend 30 minutes, but it looks like we are only remaining with 10 minutes, yet we have to deliberate on her statement. And I want to give only 3 honorable members to deliberate on the statement. But I also want to remind you that the proceedings of the House are being captured on the Hansard. So when you stand up to speak, please begin with your name. Otherwise, your contributions will not be captured on the Hansard, on the records. So please, you stand up. And we are giving 2 minutes. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I am called Karasingus Shamim from Fort Portal, Female Affairs Secretary, representing Fort Portal at the National Youth Council of Uganda. Sorry? Madam Speaker, I would like to move a motion requesting all the honorable members of the 11th Parliament to move to the gallery and give space to our members of the day. I'd like to submit.
All the members in the House were invited, and I think the members of Parliament were invited, and we are all members of Parliament in this case. So feel comfortable, please. Okay.
All return to the tent. Let us take the seats we had. If your seat has been taken, there are plenty of seats. Please return to the tent. Let us conclude this activity. The Speaker will see us off. The Right Honorable Speaker. Let us return to the tent and settle in. May we please do this in the next 5 minutes so that the speaker can continue to guide us and we conclude this activity. Ladies, please return to the tent. The seating arrangements have been provided for in the chambers of Parliament, and it shall be guided. So for now, may we please complete the activity that we are having here right now, please. May we return and settle in and listen to what has come of the polling so far.
Honorable members, can we have some order? Can I have the results? Clerk's office. Can we have silence? And honorable members, you should know in every setting, when you look at a definition of a speaker is inclusive of a speaker and a deputy speaker. So we are having this, the person who gets the next votes after the other automatically becomes the deputy speaker. Can I have the results?
Madam Speaker and ladies, we shall have the official group photo with the Right Honorable Speaker after this activity. So it's only right and fitting that we are all here and settled in. We should not leave the Speaker here behind. She has invited us. Let us continue to give her the much needed respect, and we let this exercise flow successfully.
Please, let's have instruments handed over. We go and start the house. When the house is over, when you're handing over the resolution, we shall take the pictures. Is that okay? Yes. We have come for business. We are not tourists. That is the me that you don't know. Honorable members, clerk, I have got results. Honorable Amasi Sarah, first clap for her. She got 4 votes. Honorable Natukwasa McLean got 75 votes. And Honorable Farida Kibowa got 243. Now that makes Honorable Hajat Farida Kibowa the Speaker, and Honorable Natkwasa McLean the Deputy. Congratulations, congratulations. And we shall have Mercy Sarah as a whip in the house. I am now going to call the Speaker for swearing in and the Deputy Speaker for swearing in. And then you get your instruments of power and immediately go and start the house.
May Hajat Farida step forward to take oath.
Bismillah. I, Hajat Farida Chivowa, swear in the name of the Almighty Allah, solemnly affirm that I will, at all times, well and truly serve the Republic of Uganda in the office of the Speaker, and I will support and uphold the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda as by law established. So help me Allah. Thank you. Go to sign here. Hajat, come and sign. Here. Sign.
She's signing. Let me handle the Speaker first. Right Honorable Speaker of the Second Women's Parliament, it's my honor to congratulate you upon your election as Speaker of the Women's Parliament. I now have the privilege to hand over to you the instruments of power, the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, and the rules of procedure of Parliament, which will guide you in presiding over the House. Congratulations.
Thank you.
The Bible.
I, McLean Natkwasa, swear in the name of the Almighty God, affirm that I will at all times well and truly serve the Republic of Uganda in the office of the Deputy Speaker, and that I will support, uphold the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda as by law established, so help me God.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's my honor to congratulate you upon your election as Deputy Speaker of the Women's Parliament 2025. I hand you over the instruments of power, the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, and the rules of procedure which will guide you in your work. Congratulations.
Honorable members, Honorable members, I want to introduce Honorable Kalule from Kasanda, Flavia. Kalule Flavia from Kasanda. She can greet you herself.
Hello, honorable members. Congratulations for being here in the prestigious house. As women, I think we have a lot that we share in common. So it's important that we have a conversation around those issues and get key solutions to them. My name is Flavia Kalule Nabagabe, Member of Parliament, Kasanda District, from the National Unity Platform, also NUP, Chairperson, Women League. Thank you very much.
Thank you, members. I am suspending the House for 5 minutes for the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker to go and dress up and come to the House. So you can go to the House.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for taking us through that very key activity. May I request that the persons with disabilities access the chambers first for ease of access, as we also all prepare to enter. There's a strict and rigorous check as well at the next point. Kindly bear with the security. May we please have all the members who are representing the persons with disability to access the building first. May we please give them first priority, and then the rest of us can enter slowly by slowly as we get checked by security.
You need to move out. Members are not comfortable.
Honorable Jackie, can you get out your juice
water,
please? Please,
members are not comfortable, please.
Okay. If the members are not, switch off.
Madam Speaker, proceed to your matter.
Please, if the members are not comfortable, this is a house of record. Please, Jackie, respect the members.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
We have not given you time. Please.
Speaker,
Then you can take it from out.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Jackie.
Please. I am raising to receive the communication from the Speaker if seconded, and we proceed, Madam Speaker. If seconded.
The order paper.
To receive the communication from the Speaker.
Can I guide the House briefly? Honorable members, first there was an aspect of an adoption of the agenda. This is an order paper. The order paper is always circulated. Once it is circulated, once the order paper has been made by the Speaker, it is automatic, it is approved. And the rules mandate only the Speaker to make the order paper in consultation with the relevant ministries. That's number one. So it is an adopted order paper. Two, the issue of communication, in the circumstance that you have nothing to raise on what the Speaker has communicated, that means we can go to the next item. You do not need to adopt it or reject it. Let's now move to the next item.
Perhaps I also want to guide that when you stand up to speak, kindly mention your name. we need to know the person on the microphone, speaking on the microphone. Clerk, next item.
Item number 4, statement by the Minister on the commemoration of the International Women's Day, 8th March 2025.
The Right Honourable Speaker of this session, I wish to begin by congratulating you upon your victory to the position of the Speaker for the session today on the 3rd of March 2025. I also want to congratulate the Deputy Speaker who has made it through the elections, and thank you young people for the courage to support both the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker. I also want to thank the Right Honourable Speaker, Honourable Among, for giving us, the women of Uganda, an opportunity to speak in this Parliament. It was on the 3rd of March 1995 when the debate was held to discuss the inclusion of women in leadership at parliamentary position and through the structures. And the debate was so heated, if anybody can look at the Hansard. By the time we got 30% of representation of women, it was a heated debate and it took 2 days. It is now 3rd of March, exactly 30 years from 1995 to date. And we are here with an opportunity to enter Parliament as women of Uganda to speak by ourselves, discuss issues of concern which will be addressed to the President to the International Women's Day. This is a very big milestone achievement. Right Honourable Speaker, the background for the International Women's Day commemoration. In 1975, the United Nations declared the International Women's Year to be recognized in March 8th as the International Day for Women, on which all member states recognize and honor women. The International Women's Day has its origin in the struggle by women for social change and their rights to participate on equal terms with men in politics and socio-economic development processes. It is a global day for celebrating the achievements made on the delivery of gender equality and women empowerment. The day also serves as a call for action to accelerate progress towards gender equality and women empowerment. Uganda declared the International Women's Day a national day in 1984, and since then, we have celebrated this day on an annual basis. The last national celebrations were held on the 8th of March 2024 at Katakwi Town Council Boma Grounds, Katakwi District, under the theme, Accelerating Gender Equality Through Women's Economic Empowerment. The national celebrations of the International Women's Day 2025. Right Honourable Speaker, this year, Uganda will once again join the rest of the world to celebrate the International Women's Day and renew its commitment to promoting gender equality and women's empowerment, as well as lay strategies for further action in collaboration with other stakeholders. Right Honourable Speaker, honourable colleagues, the International Women's Day celebrations will take stock of government and other partners' efforts to promote women's empowerment, as well as highlight the progress towards women and girls' achievement in reducing poverty, pursuing their economic empowerment, and contributing to the national development. During the International Women's Day celebrations, women and men champions will be decorated with an award to recognize the efforts they have made towards achieving gender equality and women empowerment, following the 12 priority areas of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. And these specific 12 areas include women and poverty, education and training of women, women and health, violence against women, women in armed conflict, women and economy, women in power and decision-making, institutional mechanisms for women's advancement, human rights of women, women and media, and women and the environment, including the girl child. 42 women plus 4 men have been qualified for this award of medals. Right, Honorable Speaker, for Uganda, the year 2025 is a special year for all of us, especially women and girls. The year 2025 marks 30 years of the 1995 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda that provided strong foundation for gender equality and women empowerment. We celebrate this year specifically in Parliament because before 1995, we only had 2 women in Parliament against 90 men. One elected woman, another one was appointed by the president. Right now we have 189 women in Parliament who represent the district and also some represent the constituencies. So the 1995 Constitution was a big do for the women of Uganda. And that's why at 30 years, we stand here to celebrate it. Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, women leaders, we need to take note of the gender inequality that remains a key developmental challenge in Uganda. According to the Global Gender Index report, we managed to reduce the gap from 0.6797 in 2006 to 0.716 in 2024. Whereas we have been able to reduce the gender gaps, you can imagine that we are still ranging in a 0 point. This means that the development is still in favor of men. The development processes that occur are more still in favor of men than women. The ideal would be to show gender equality. So the day will provide an opportunity to reflect on the unfinished business agenda and strategies for accelerating progress on gender equality and women empowerment as government of Uganda embarks on the implementation of the 4th National Development Plan 2025-2030. The theme for the National Women's Day celebrations 2025. Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, honorable women leaders, every year Uganda celebrates the day with a theme which becomes the guiding message through the year. The national celebration will adopt the international theme for the International Women's Day 2025. The 2025 International Women's Day will be celebrated under the theme, which is global, Accelerate Action for Gender Equality. The theme calls for bold and strategic interventions towards the gender equal future. And I think our presence here emulates the strength with which we want to take this theme further. The theme is relevant in light of the slow progress that countries have made towards gender equality and empowerment of women during the 30 years since the adoption of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action in 1995. The Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action is a global agenda for gender equality and women empowerment. The 30th anniversary for the Beijing Platform for Action and the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, therefore presents an opportunity to define strategies and bold measures to accelerate gender equality, taking advantage of the existing opportunities, as well as address the existing and emerging challenges. The theme for the International Women's Day 2025 is aligned with the theme for the upcoming 69th United Nations Commission on the Status of Women, review the appraisal of the implementation of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action and the outcomes of the 2023 special session of the General Assembly. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, and women leaders, the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development appreciates the efforts of the Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members of Parliament for organizing the second Women's Parliament under the theme Consolidating Women's Socio-Economic Transformation in Uganda. This is a clear indication that Parliament supports the work of my ministry, and I pray that this theme will continue to remind us of the centrality of the urgency of investing in the women's socio-economic transformation if we are to achieve sustainable human development agenda. I want to take this opportunity to thank the Speaker once again. In the last session before we were elected into before our elections took place, she made it very clear. She also raised a big sound to crack to Parliament, and I think brought it to our attention as members of Parliament, the sitting members of Parliament, and also you as leaders, that every 6 months we shall always come and take review, take stock, bring ourselves together, look at the challenges, and begin addressing them. And the more regular we meet, I think the more we get to the real issues and address the challenges. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, honorable women leaders, our prayer is that the experiences during the second Women's Parliament will inspire and build confidence for efficient participation in the forthcoming elections. Women, please register to vote. Stand up and contest for all positions of leadership, especially the mainstream positions. It's 30 years since affirmative action was passed to legislate to give a woman an opportunity, but one woman to represent a district. But it left an open door for anyone, male or female, to contest on the open seat. We have not had more than 20 women making it to Parliament on the open seat in the last 6 elective periods. This therefore shows that we need to amplify ourselves and contest, register, contest even on the open seat. The open seat remains an open seat if women are open to it. If women do not open up to contest for the open seat, it remains a closed seat for only men. Let us support and vote for fellow women. This is the only way we can continue to break the glass ceiling. We have to take leverage of the numbers. Women constitute more than 51% of the total population. So if women chose to vote for a woman, the woman would make it. Let us also wisely vote using our numerical powers, but also negotiate for the numerical powers that we have through the vote to ensure that gender issues are addressed by whoever we vote. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, while Uganda has made significant progress on promoting gender equality and women empowerment over the last 3 decades, there still exists a number of inequalities that we need to address, leveraging on the opportunities that we stand for gender equality and women empowerment. One of those, let me highlight a few of the persistent challenges that we still face. There is persistent poverty, which is reflected in the face of a woman. According to UBOS 2022, 50% of the families are headed by women, compared to 39% of the families headed by men, the family households. This brings a tilt and a shift because we have always known that men are the heads of families. But now women are heading 50% of the households. There is persistent discrimination and negative social norms and practices against women and girls, which lead to high levels of sexual gender-based violence, including teenage pregnancies, child marriage, widow inheritance, female genital mutilation, child sacrifices. All these things still happen within our communities. and we need to stand out very strongly against them. Don't be comfortable under the guise of culture. There isn't a culture that wishes to kill its own people. There isn't a culture that grows backwards. And cultures are transitional. Cultures change. And they change with the economies, they change with generations. So all those inequalities had been outlawed. The Penal Code, the Constitution, the number of the legislations we have in this country are sufficient to undo all those inequalities that have always occurred under the guise of culture and sometimes religion. Resource constraints for social development sector. We have limited attention to gender and women's issues across sectors in the formulation of policies, the implementation and programs and projects. While on the legislations we have done well to legislate against all the social inequalities, implementation becomes a challenge because of the limited resources. I am sure even in the districts, the sector for gender is the one that receives the least money. It is not that the minister wishes to give you little money. We also get less at the ministry level. And therefore, this gives us a platform for open discussion that we need to advance more resources for gender equality and women empowerment. Data gaps on gender equality and empowerment of women. There is limited information about how many are disabled youth or male and what disabilities do they have. Limited data about how many women are there with education qualifications lying idle, how many women are there in the information sector, in the media. So that data gap is one thing that we need to address by combing to get all the data from MDAs. There is a backlash on resistance on gender equality and women's empowerment. It persists among both men and women, with some fearing to lose their social status or power. Whenever you advance issues of women, people will say, God created it as such. But God created men and women and blessed them all, meaning that he wished them all well. And he did not say that one is less of a human being. So we need to look at the backlash and strongly challenge the backlash and the causes of such backlash. We need to prioritize priorities for the next 5 years, 2026-2030. Right, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members, we need to update you that Uganda has identified sets of priorities for the next 5 years, which are in the 4th National Development Plan. They include improvement of women's livelihood and economic empowerment through the following interventions. We shall scale up the grants, capitalize land fund, enforce laws for the world of work. We need to develop decent world of work for both men and women, where women are not harassed at work. We have capitalized the land fund. Women have now access to land, which is breaking the previous norm that where women would not own land. In Uganda, women, for as long as they have the resources, they can own as much land as possible.
As you conclude, Honorable Minister, I want to manage time.
Right, Honorable Speaker, if you allow me more 3 minutes, I will conclude by stating that we have to improve access to social services, focusing on health, education, training, and skilling of women, providing water and energy, cheap energy, so that women no longer have to fetch firewood, but can use the energy to cook and save on time to do other works that are developmental. We shall strengthen government and accountability for gender equality and women's empowerment through Katase, building strong women institutions. We shall build mindset change, because sometimes when you stand up for a woman's interests, it is women themselves that pull you down, that this is a space for men, please don't rise up. So we have to do mindset change for women to understand and appreciate that they have the right to stand and continue standing for the right cause for women's empowerment. Elimination of gender-based violence and promoting women's rights is critically important. We have to promote women's efficient in participation in public life and decision-making. We have to strengthen women's peace and security agenda and negotiate in areas where there is conflict for women to be free. We have to reduce on gender digital divide, where government prioritizes the extension of a brand ICT infrastructure in the country so that the rural women can be able to watch TV, get access to internet services. Even in schools, they are able to read and write and do much of the studies at home. We have to do more involvement of women in tourism, hospitable sites. And right, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, we need to support Parliament to improve and domesticate finance towards gender equality and empowerment of women, especially in the districts. We need to put more resources for these young leaders who have been elected, all women leaders who have been elected at various positions of responsibility in the districts, to get resources for them to be seen, to implement, alongside with the Ministry of Gender, implement government programs. Right, Honorable Speaker, our chief guest for the International Women's Day celebrations will be His Excellency. Right, Honorable Speaker, the chief guest for the International Women's Day on the 8th of March 2025 will be His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, a friend to women. He has never missed since 1986 to attend to the Women's Day celebrations, and there we're certainly sure that he will be with us. The venue for the National Women's Day celebrations will be in Chankwanzi District, Butemba Town Council, at Bukwiri Church of Uganda Primary School. Preparations are on the way. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development takes lead in guiding all the other organizing committee members who are drawn from all MDAs and civil society organizations, the private sector, including the district local government. All local government KCCA will also join us. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. The 1st of March marks the beginning of the Women's Week from the 1st to 7th of March. So we have lined up a number of activities, and this is among the number of activities that we have up to the 7th of March, when we shall be working to Chankwas celebrate the International Women's Day. Right, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, the Women's Parliament should be an annual event during the Women's Week. I beg to propose that we have the Women's Parliament annually as a precursor event every year before we celebrate the Women's Day. We pray that Parliament commits to implementation of the Women Compact that has been adopted, that includes a call for all the responsible ministers, departments and agencies to allocate resources for the effective implementation of Women's Compact. I beg also to pray that we need to support the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development to implement its mandate, including approval of adequate finances to support the structures of the women councils from the national level up to the grassroots. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have been lucky that the last year was supported at least with about 5 million shillings to celebrate our International Women's Day. This year we don't see it. We beg that it comes back, even in the bigger volumes. Because the burden for celebrating the district's Women's Day celebrations have always been on the women members of Parliament and the women executive leadership of the councils. It is a big responsibility. But they have diligently done it without resources. From 1986, on their own, they put in their personal money. It's a big eye-opener, it's a big platform, but we need to amplify it if we must make it a platform that really brings value and meaning consistently. As I conclude, I want to welcome you, honorable members, honorable colleagues, to the International Women's Day celebration in Chankwanzi. Come in big numbers. Come with your husbands. Let us not speak alone. For those of you who have husbands, come with them, so that we are not speaking to ourselves, but we are speaking to our partners in the struggle to achieve gender equality and women empowerment. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. In this session, we are supposed to spend 30 minutes, but it looks like we are only remaining with 10 minutes, yet we have to deliberate on her statement. And I want to give only 3 honorable members to deliberate on the statement. But I also want to remind you that the proceedings of the House are being captured on the Hansard. So when you stand up to speak, please begin with your name. Otherwise, your contributions will not be captured on the Hansard, on the records. So please, you stand up. And we are giving 2 minutes. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I am called Kabasingus Shamim from Fort Portal, Female Affairs Secretary, representing Fort Portal at the National Youth Council of Uganda. Sorry? Madam Speaker, I would like to move a motion requesting all the honorable members of the 11th Parliament to move to the gallery and give space to our members of the day. I'd like to submit.
All the members in the House were invited, and I think the members of Parliament were invited, and we are all members of Parliament in this case. So feel comfortable, please. Okay. Okay. Please, Nancy.
Okay. Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much for the deliberations. By names, I'm Hawa Hangire Des Liz. I'm the Female Youth Councillor from Chikube District. And I would like to comment on the minister's statement. First of all, in absentia, I'm going to give thanks, a vote of thanks to His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, because he has really indeed moved this theme of the year to accelerate action for gender equality. Why? Because he has always been giving State House scholarships to young people of Uganda, in that helping them to get education and better their future. By myself, I'm a beneficiary. I'm a pilot in training, and I'm the first female guild president of East Africa Civil Aviation Academy. And today, I would like to propose that the Parliament sitting, that we resolve that the Parliament of Uganda should come up with a scholarship scheme to support a girl child from humble backgrounds, because getting these State House scholarships are always hard, but there are the different courses that really are so hard to educate yourself. So the Parliament of Uganda can come up with a scheme to help this girl child from a humble background to acquire education. So I would like to request that the people sitting today, the honorable members of Parliament, let us support this, and we task the Parliament of Uganda to come up with this scheme so that our girl child gets really a better education. Thank you so much. We need more lawyers like Honorable McLean. We need more female pilots like myself. We need more doctors. We need more of them. Thank you so much.
Excuse me.
Thank you, Madam.
I have not picked. I am picking I don't know how the microphone will reach. You have a microphone, the one in the red, in green? Yes. 3. We need like 4 or 3. Okay. 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay. Can we start with the one for special interest?
Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Betty Kwagala. I'm a woman with disability. I work. Are we together? Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Betty Kwagala. I work with Positive Women with Disabilities Uganda. It is a network of women and young women with disabilities living with HIV. First of all, I want to appreciate the government for the affirmative action that at least people with disabilities, our voices are somehow heard. The reason why I want to speak now is the issue of equity and inclusion. When I looked around, we are only a few, like 3 or 4 women with disabilities in this second parliament. I want to propose that in the third parliament, let's give opportunity to female councillors with disabilities also to participate and raise issues on behalf of rural women with disabilities. Secondly, I want to propose that wherever there is an opportunity, for example, when you look at the theme is talking on economic transformation on women. But when it comes to women with disabilities, we are lagging behind. We try to raise voices, but our voices are not heard. Voices are not heard when I'm a deaf person and I have no interpreter. Then my issue will not be taken. Then the number of opportunities whereby women with disabilities
I think your time is out. When you hear the microphone off, you just know your time is out. So I really want to give numbers so that you manage your time very well, knowing who is going next. Honorable member in green, number 1. Number 2. Number 3. We are only giving 5. Number 4, you're going to sit. And number 5. Okay. I think not everyone is going to deliberate on this. We shall give you an opportunity to deliberate on the motions. Even those in the gallery, you will get time to speak. Yes. Okay, honorable member.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My name is Serunkuma Peace. I represent women with disabilities at the authority, Kampala District. Madam Speaker, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. My colleague, Honorable Betty Kwagala, has mentioned most of what I wanted to say, but I wanted to add, Madam Speaker, that women are not registering enough success because we have left out sections of our society. We have not embraced diversity within us, Madam Speaker. Within us, Madam Speaker, we have women with disabilities. Within us, we have mothers of children with disabilities. And these have challenges triple what able-bodied women face. So if we want to register success in all our transformative solutions to the challenges we face, we must embrace diversity, Madam Speaker. We must embrace diversity. We must include all sections. And we find, as Honorable Betty said, women with disabilities are left out in most cases. Madam Speaker, we have most women with disabilities as single parents, single mothers. We have most mothers of children with disabilities as single mothers. Most women with disabilities are below the poverty line. Most women with disabilities are uneducated. Most women, all these challenges, women with disabilities face triple. So as we push the agenda for the women, let us pay special.
Thank you. Honorable member.
For catching my eye, Hayongo Maimuna is my name. I'm the chairperson, Women Council, Namisindwa District. Honorable member, I want to talk about the projects. You mentioned about the projects which benefits the women from the grassroots up to the higher level, and even minister also mentioned about it. I want to take this opportunity to appreciate the Parliament of Uganda and also the President of Uganda for having these projects for us. We've been having youth livelihood. That one, it had an impact. We also had the web. It also had an impact. But Madam Speaker, the one which has caused the impact enough, it's PDM, and we want to appreciate for that. But Madam Speaker, I want to comment on GROW. GROW, the women, we only had the name GROW, but we have not known how GROW works. We understood that the GROW money was given to the banks. We only had, and we have not seen any single woman who has accessed the GROW money. And Madam Speaker, I want to assure you that women, most of them, they don't have the land titles, they don't have the agreements, and the procedure of accessing this money, it is really very hard. So we don't know whether this money came really to assist the women from the grassroots. Madam Speaker, we want to understand GROW today, because we are hearing that they are going to add GROW. The first batch was taken, the second one, this is the third.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm known by the names Honorable Nam Ivtian, Female Youth Councillor Molata. I want to add my voice on the issue of State House scholarship. Madam Speaker, this scholarship has been going around and it has been benefiting people, but not the right people. Why is it not benefiting the right people? It's just maneuvering around State House people and the white collar people. This education support system is not reaching the really needy girls and the rural children. If it's reaching in the rural area, you'll even find that it's reaching again to a rich man's home. Madam Speaker, I want this House to develop a strategy whereby if someone is applying for the scholarship, there's a background check that is done to verify if this person is really from a humble background. And it should not only be that you've really supported the government so much that they will give you the State House scholarship. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
No, it's this one. We have this one and we are getting two from the gallery. Please, Honorable.
Madam Speaker and honorable members in the House.
Can we spare time? Can we give her an opportunity? Then we go to the gallery. We shall get one from here and one from here. Yes, proceed.
Madam Speaker and honorable members in the House, my name is Stella Kijai Lajiri. I'm the Minister for Youth, Gender at K. Kwara Acholi Chiefdom. I'm the youngest person serving as a member of District Land Board of Noya District.
Madam Speaker, I heard the minister speak about empowering young women in politics. But I must say, this is just a dream. On 8th March 2023, the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, stated that gender equality could take 300 years to be achieved. Do you know why? These are the reasons. 1, discrimination from fellow women. We witnessed it today. Women are being discriminated on the basis of age, on the basis of financial instability, which was not created by us. Externally, when you look at the structures, how many women are appointed in positions? We must appreciate we are there. But there is representation and meaningful representation. Are we meaningfully participating in politics?
Okay. When your microphone goes off, just know your time is over. The members that, honorable members, you switch on the microphone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Beatrice Kasiga's Chairperson Women League, and I'm the chairperson. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Beatrice Kasiga's Chairperson Women League, and I'm also a chairperson Area 3. I have served my 3 terms. I was standing with men, and I get 99%. So I'm requesting you, women, stand with men. And another thing I'm requesting, Madam Speaker, you have organized this parliament. We are requesting to meet our excellent president one day, and we talked to him, and we explain what we are doing. You see, they are giving medals, but we women who have worked hard, we are not getting medals. Why? We are requesting that one. We are requesting one day, arrange for us, we meet the president. And the last one is, let us join each other, and we mobilize, we take the parliament, the Madam Honorable Minister, who is here, give us your report, and we are requesting you to give us funds so that we can go down to the grassroots women, and we train them about the gender, and we train the men about the gender. And even our kids in the schools, they can start knowing about the gender, so that it can help us when they are growing up, they will be understanding each and everything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have been informed that the members who are going to deliberate from the gallery, you cannot, I'm picking one from this side, one from here, and one from there. And you're going to come down. We don't have microphone that you will use. You come down, and you come down. Yes. The one honorable member in blue, come down. 3 of them. But as they are coming, please. You see.
Yeah. Right, Honorable Speaker. I'm called Lillian Babli, and I'm the Executive Director for the Network of Women in Politics. I rise from Entebbe. As the Right Honorable Minister mentioned to us, very many women right now are yearning to join politics. But we cannot have so many quality women joining politics when the political space and spectrum is not secure and safe. Right, Honorable Speaker, I request that as we deliberate today, let's add our voices together to ensure that we create safe spaces for women in politics to be able to participate in electoral processes free and fairly and in a safe manner. Let us fight hard to ensure that the military does not bar our women from fully participating. Let us overcome the sexual violence that is drawing away so many women from politics. Right, Honorable Speaker, as we resolve today to accelerate change, let this be top on our agenda. This is the only way we are going to see very many women that are formidable candidates that will be able to join the political atmosphere. I beg to submit.
To come from up, I don't know where they are coming. Okay. Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, my name is Grace Otim. I am the chairperson, Women League, Dokolo District. Honorable Speaker, my interest in the area of gender-based violence, as you stated, you the Minister of Gender. We are suffering a lot with our girl children, the one who got married. Even in the right way, you find the man is almost, they are killing them inside their house. What is the government planning on the men? Those one who wanted to kill our girl children. They are suffering a lot, but inside there, we need to get, the government should come out and get a way of solving the problem of the women, the young women who got married, because they need to stay with their husband. But the problem is their husband, sometimes they are very stubborn. They don't face.
Okay, thank you. I want to guide the House. Honorable members. Honorable members, I want to guide the House that we have 4 motions. And I'm seeing a situation whereby you are deliberating on exactly the motions that we are going to have in the House. Can we wait for the motions, then we can get time? Those that have not had an opportunity to deliberate on the minister's statement, you're going to have time to deliberate on the motions. Please reserve your comments because we need your contributions when the motions have been moved. Kindly bear with me. And I want to... Okay, as we proceed, because I want to recognize the members of parliament, because it was raised. We have members of parliament. You can first sit. We have members of parliament here. Can I see members of parliament who have joined us? They have gone out. They failed. Okay. Can we please clap for them? Thank you. Thank you so much for standing with us, for joining us in this very special session, and you've made us proud. We have members of Parliament of the East African Parliament that are here with us, members from the Yala Parliament. Please, you know we are in the East African integration. Thank you, Honorable Jackie. It's at this point that I want also, in a very special way, to recognize, and I'll give time to the Deputy Speaker of today, but she's Honorable Nat Kwasa Makerin, and she's there. But she will also be given time to speak. Allow me to invite Honorable Chakamondo, Rukia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Because of time, I have to be very brief. I want to congratulate both of you for these positions that you are holding today. And I want to thank everybody for participating. I am called Chekamondo Rukia Kulai, Chairperson Women's League, Kapchora District. Madam Speaker, as a former Minister of Finance, I want to say that we as women cannot speak about economic empowerment without health. So I'm requesting that we urge government to increase funding to the health sector to ensure that health facilities are facilitated with facilitation of equipment, with human resource, and for health and medical supplies, and end maternal deaths, which are avoidable. You know that without health, you cannot talk of development. You cannot even talk of economic empowerment. So the second issue that I'm also requesting on behalf of women, we have had our sister who is disabled. We have had parents, mothers who are single. Another thing that we urge government to provide for us is enact the National Health Insurance Scheme for all. So that whether you are where or where and you have that health scheme, you go with the card to the hospital and get treatment when government has paid this money. So it is something that we...
Okay, thank you so much for that contribution. The ones we selected from the gallery are here with us. Can we give them time? There are only 4. I'm reducing the time. Please come. Please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm by the name Honorable Joanna Kena. I'm presenting people from Gulu City. Madam Speaker, I have an issue of gender-based violence on young girls. You find young girls, they have been harassed, and they have nothing to do. They pregnant them. After pregnanting them from school, they just abandon them. I beg the August House to stand with the single mothers always to take back those young girls to school, because they have problems all the time and they have nowhere to go. Single mothers always are in big problems. I have no more to say, but to say thank you for everyone which they have come this side, for everything, the commitment which you have done. My fellow councillors,
Point of
thank you so much.
information.
I have more to say, but not at this time, but to say only that
Thank you.
we need
Thank you,
your...
Honorable Member.
I do appreciate...
Point of information, Madam Speaker.
I do appreciate my speaker. Thank you for the good
Point
work
of
which you have
information,
done.
Madam Honorable Speaker.
Yeah.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to inform the August House that we have motions to present. There are about 5 items on the order paper.
Yes.
I'm therefore requesting the honorable members to give time for this motion to be presented so that we discuss it.
That is the way to go.
You. Yes, thank you, because I have already guided whatever we are discussing is already incorporated in the 4 motions that we have. Can we give ourselves time to... Okay, then we give the minister to respond. You switch on the microphone.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to take this one, to thank the organizers, all those who have been involved in organizing this women's meeting conference. I can say women's parliament. I want to say thank you so much for your commitment. Secondly, I want to add my voice to the people who have been speaking in this parliament. Okay. I am a called Betty Lochap, chairperson Women's League in a Park District. I'm also a farmer. Thank you. You know, just forgive me. You know, I was struggling to come this way. That's why I've rushed like that. Yeah.
Madam Speaker,
So I want to add my voice to the speakers.
Speaker, point of information.
I want to add my voice to the speakers of this house who have been talking on the accelerating the women's empowerment and economic empowerment. On the issues of the PDM, there is some impact which is felt.
Point of order.
I just want to bring my reactions on what we have been talking. And the other one is, allow me say what I want to say, my people.
Honorable members, can we give her time? She's
Point of
protected.
order, Madam Speaker. Point of order. No, we're not going to ask. Order.
Honorable members.
Procedure.
Yeah. I was saying PDM is felt. Growth started very well, but implementation is zero. There's nothing being felt. We launched it in our district. We participated. We gained the morale of doing work, but getting this money is zero. There are so many things that are needed in the banks. So we cannot access this money. We are appealing to the people, to the gender office. If there's a possibility of empowering women who are already on business, can you please change the modalities of getting this money such that women who are able can compete and get this money and compete with men in business? Since we are talking of economic empowerment,
okay.
That is that. The other one that I wanted to bring was that I wanted us to...
Okay, thank you. Order. Honorable members, can we put the House to order?
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, point of order.
Honorable members, can we
Procedure,
proceed?
Madam Chair.
Okay, Sergeant, honorable members, I want to remind you that we have been deliberating on the minister's statement. It is at this point that I want to invite the minister to respond, and we go to another item.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I need your protection. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members in this House, I want to thank you for the deliberations you have made, and want to thank you for the support you have given to the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, and a number of clarifications. Right Honorable Speaker, on the order paper, the number of motions are speaking to a number of other issues that people were raising. Those ones, I will skip them, because I'm sure they will come into the substantive motions, and also they will be deliberated upon. I want to highlight two issues that I know are quite important for us to know. One was on the President's scholarship. The President used to offer scholarship about 15, 20 years ago to the ex-combatants' children, the children of the ex-combatants, specifically those he would attach and give support because their parents died in the struggle, and they wanted their families also to enjoy the freedom. After gaining freedom, after liberation, he looked after their families. But government, through parliament, we also have a scholarship which is operationalized under the Ministry of Education, a high education students scholarship. Each district gets a quota. And I'm sure many of the children of the disadvantaged people in the districts have been able to benefit from those quotas. Two, I want to address issues of diversity. Within that scholarship, which government offered, I am sure many people know about this. If they do not, so 150 people with disabilities, both male and female, benefit from the scholarship, which is also benefiting at different levels at the district. We also know that persons with disabilities have representation on the women councils. So government of Uganda is really trying to absorb diversity as much as possible. They enjoy grants. Persons with disabilities have grants, money which is given to them and they do not have to pay back. Women Fund, we pay back. PDM, we pay back. But persons with disabilities, because of the care government has put in for the persons with disabilities, it's a grant. Elderly persons also receive a grant, which is called Social Protection Grant for the elderly persons. Free, 225,000 shillings per month. So that's how government of Uganda has chosen deliberately to support diversity. The second matter that I would wish to address, Right Honorable Speaker, is on GROW. GROW is a big subject. It requires a substantive discussion. If I mix discussions about everything to do with GROW, because I can see many people want to know and understand much about GROW. To begin with, in principle, GROW was targeting women who have money. Women who have businesses that have been tried and that have been successful. So GROW is for the rich. PDM, UWEP, YLP is for the poor, the starters. GROW is for women who have already broken the ceiling. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to be listened to very proper on GROW. We are in a global economy where we must compete with other countries. A level where women negotiate with the government to get more than 40% of allocation of businesses to women. We wanted our women in Uganda also to begin getting that support. We wanted to negotiate with the government that 40% of the businesses that are conducted in the private sector are awarded to women. When we are competing for awards, women should also be able to stand to compete for awards. In construction, we had not yet reached there. So we went to World Bank and convinced all partners over there that we need a grant to grow businesses in Africa. Uganda is one of the 3 countries that were able to achieve the grant of GROW. And our strong motivation was the best on that 40% of the businesses in Uganda are owned by women. Unfortunately, they are small scale. So we need to grow those businesses. That's how GROW came. Now, when we put money in the bank, many banks have already certain programs for women. You know Superwoman in different banks? So for them, they are using 2 billion shillings per day. When we gave Centenary Bank 6 billion, it only took 3 days for the money to be depleted. It's not that women did not get it. Women got it. We evaluated recently. When we get to meet and discuss all issues about GROW, because we want you to go back home with sufficient information about how GROW operates. So we have evaluated how many women were able to get money from GROW from the different banks. They have already given us a matrix. When we meet in another session where the commissioner responsible for GROW, and the minister is also Honorable Anyakun, GROW is under labor, it's about under entrepreneurship. But she's going to present a paper supported by technical people where all these different not know much about it, and women leaders need to know about it. And that's the gap we want to close by holding a meeting where we shall have presentation about GROW so that all the nitty-gritties about GROW are addressed. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to lastly allay the fears of my sister. My sister mentioned that gender equality will be achieved after 300 years. We shall not allow that. We are here to diffuse that. Our being here is for a purpose. If that was mentioned by the Secretary General of the United Nations, he was giving a generic statement for other countries, not Uganda. Uganda, with the presence of women I can see here, are very determined to ensure that we achieve gender equality very soon. The fact that we even have an open space to Parliament shows that the Parliament is going to put all resources and interest to ensure that women achieve gender equality. And that's the reason we are here. Right, Honorable Speaker, since we should reserve more time for the other motions, I beg to submit. Thank you.
Next item.
Item 5, motion for resolution of Parliament urging government strengthen and enhance opportunities and access to education for the girl child.
The mover for this motion is Honorable Mastula Namato. She's coming. She's coming. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Members of Parliament, my name is Mastula Namatovu, the National Publicity for the National Women's Council and the Chairperson, Kamuli District Women's Council. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank you for this opportunity and also thank the Parliament of Uganda for enabling the women of Uganda to be here to discuss issues that will benefit them and our young ones. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move a motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to strengthen and enhance opportunities and access to education for the girl child. This motion is moved under Rule 56 of the Rules of Procedure of the Parliament of Uganda. Whereas Article 30 of the Constitution of Uganda guarantees the right to education for all, and Article 33 mandates the state to provide facilities and opportunities necessary to enhance women's welfare and advancement. And whereas Article 31, Section 1, and Article 34, Section 4 of the Constitution prohibit child marriage, and
I think it is not at this point. Can we give her time to move the motion? Not at this point. Please give her. You're protected.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And whereas Article 31, Section 1 and 34, Section 4 of the Constitution prohibits child marriage and guarantee the right of children to be protected from social or economic exploitation, respectively. Aware that Uganda's commitments under international and regional frameworks, such as the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly Goal 4 on quality education and Goal 5 on gender equality, the Maputo Protocol and the African Union's Agenda 2063, which emphasizes the need for inclusive education and gender-balanced leadership. Further aware that while Uganda has made progress in expanding access to education, women's literacy rates are at 76%, remain lower than the men's, which is 84%, with rural women and girls disproportionately affected by educational disparities limiting their future leadership and economic opportunities. As members of parliament, we are concerned that despite Uganda's legal framework, issues of child marriage and teenage pregnancy remain prevalent, with 33% of women aged 20 to 24 married before the age of 18 and 24% of adolescent girls aged 15 to 19 having begun childbearing. According to the Uganda Demographic and Health Survey, that is UDHS 2022, and these have greatly interfered with the education of the girl child and the realization of their full potential. Further concerned that other factors such as unpaid domestic labor, gender-based violence, lack of sanitary facilities in schools, and deeply entrenched social cultural norms also hinder girls' education attainment and restrict their access to leadership roles in education, business, and governance. We are cognizant of the fact that gender parity in education is critical for national development, poverty reduction, and strengthening Uganda's democracy. Yet women and girls remain underrepresented in key decision-making spaces due to systematic inequalities in education and leadership pathways. Now, therefore, be it resolved by Parliament that 1, government strengthens the implementation of mechanisms to protect girls who become pregnant while in school, which guarantee that the girls are able to continue with their education and there is zero policy on discrimination to ensure their safe return and stay to school. 2, government increases budget allocation to the education sector to at least 20% of the national budget, ensuring that adequate funds are dedicated to building gender-responsive infrastructure. 3, government mandates all schools to provide gender-responsive infrastructure, including separate sanitation facilities, changing rooms, and menstrual hygiene management programs to reduce absenteeism. 4, government introduces mentorship programs for women in leadership, targeting female teachers, university students, and young professionals to prepare them for high-level leadership roles. 5, government expands scholarships and STEM education programs for girls, ensuring they have equal opportunities in fields historically dominated by the men. 6, government strictly enforces policies against sexual harassment in schools and universities, ensuring accountability, measures for perpetrators, and strengthening mechanisms for reporting abusers. 7, government conducts continuous gender-sensitive training for educators and school administrators, ensuring that education systems actively promote gender equality. And 8, government agencies, civil society, development partners, and private sector actors work collectively to dismantle barriers that hinder women's education and leadership opportunities, ensuring a more inclusive and equitable future for Uganda. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to move. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I need to inform the Honourable House that we have noted where on the order paper, the names with concern, the names of the mover have changed, and I need to communicate this because I see this is where the concern is coming from. It was supposed to be moved by Honorable Jennifer Kangaju, but now it has been moved by Honorable Mastula Namatov. However, the content remains the same. So thank you. I want to ask if the motion is seconded. Can I see the women raising up to second the motion?
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I'm Namakose Idis, Chairperson of the Council of my district. Who doubles as the Deputy Speaker for that district. I'm standing here formally to second the motion that has been presented to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Kemgabo Stella. I'm the District Councillor representing Mugustown Council and Mugu Sub-County, Kabarole District, and I'm the Deputy Speaker, Kabarole District. I'm seconding this motion with amendments. Yes, I'm the seconder. Yeah, Madam Speaker, I'm appealing the government to strengthen and enhance opportunities and access to education for the girl child. Whereas despite progress in increasing access to education, girls can continue to face meaningful challenges to education, including poverty, cultural norms, and lack of infrastructure. Yes, with amendments.
I think we need to guide that the seconder does not amend the motion. You need to justify and you speak to the motion. Please go ahead. And actually, if there is any other person who wants to second.
Yes, Madam Speaker. This, Madam Speaker, this Women Parliament is advocating for a government to increase funding for girls' education, including allocating sufficient resources to support construction of girls' schools and provision of scholarships or finance assistance to disadvantaged girls.
Honorable members, I think we need to be guided very well. We need to have around 10 members to stand up and second the motion.
Okay,
This
Madam
is what
Speaker,
I want to say.
I will come and give my...
Okay, please.
Okay.
Honorable member, if you're seconding the motion, you can proceed.
Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Asma Tinabalamba, prospective Member of Parliament, who will represent people of Bukoto Midwest constituency, Lwengo district in the forthcoming elections. I want to firmly stand here. Yes. I want to firmly stand here and second the motion. I thank you.
Okay, I want to call upon all those who are seconding the motion to stand up. And then you can say your name. Almost the whole house is standing on the microphone.
Hello.
I'm Nachimera Zulufa from Chotera. I'm seconding the motion.
I'm Kagoya Oliver from Bugweri. I second the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Barbara Ainebiona, representing female youth in Ruchiga district. I'm seconding the motion.
My name is Stella Kijai, Lajiri. I'm seconding the motion.
Namyanja Rosemary, chairperson, Buyukwe district.
I'm seconding
I'm seconding the motion.
Oh my God.
I'm Serena Kaso.
If your microphone is not on, please don't speak.
Time for guidance, Mr. Madam
Right
Speaker.
Honorable Speaker,
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, honorable members, I can see as if all the microphones are on. Can we switch on one microphone at a time? We are remaining with only 4.
Kasingus Shamim from Fort Portal. I am seconding the motion.
5, 6. Yes. If you switch on.
Madam Speaker, I'm Anita Patrud from Kamali District. I'm seconding the motion.
Who is controlling the microphone?
Speaker,
Okay. Honorable members, can we sit? I want only one person who is going to justify. I want only one member who is ready to justify the motion. If you're ready to give justification, you are allowed to speak.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm Margaret Kabajara. I'm the City Female Youth Councillor for Porto City. Right Honorable, I want to commend the mover of this motion for clearly highlighting the challenges that a girl child is facing in rural or disadvantaged areas. And it's not just a resolution, Right Honorable Speaker. It's beyond a resolution. I want to urge government to make sure that it comes up with a proper, clear plan of action to address all these challenges. Where I come from, Right Honorable Speaker, in Fort Portal, Kabarole, and the greater Toro sub-region, most of our girls get out from school at P7 for failure to access affordable schools, secondary schools. Some fail even to access materials to use. For example, the menstrual periods when they are in their menstruation. So these are the challenges that are facing a girl child. And whereas we are looking at this, Right Honorable Speaker, we are empowering a girl, we are educating a girl, but we are also failing to look, as we prepare a girl child, we are failing also to look on the other side, because at the end of it all, regardless, we are preparing this girl child to make sure that every mother here wants there maybe girls to get married. What type of a boy child are we raising? So we have to look also on the other side to make sure that the boy child is as well looked up. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to have 3 members from this side, 3 members from this side, 1 member from the gallery, and 1 member from this side. Those are strictly 5 members, and we close this.
Supplement, Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker and members in the August House. I'm called Doris Abalo. I represent the youth in the District Council of Lamore District. I want to agree with all the submissions that have been made by the mover of the motion. But however, Speaker, I want also to highlight key issues that affect girls in my district and all over Uganda, especially young girls whom is not their will to be assaulted sexually. Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate the initiative and the endeavor of Ministry of Health to give provisions for medical examination for girls who have been raped or defiled. But however, Honorable Speaker, this has been a dilemma where you find a girl who is underage has been defiled by a perpetrator, but that girl cannot access medical examination in the hospital because she cannot afford a medical bill which is needed by that specific hospital. It is
Okay, another one. No, we are on this side. We are going to come to that side. I want this one. She came from up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
This is information. I'm on the floor, Madam. I'm on the floor.
Okay.
Mothers who have failed our duties at home. We are talking about girl child. But most of you don't stay at home. You leave children with house girls. When you come back home, you're on smartphone. You don't know what happens with your daughters. And now, what do you want the house girl to do?
I second you.
What do you want the house girl to do for your child?
You are second.
Honorable Minister.
Information taken with concern. Please.
Thank
proceed.
you, Madam Speaker. I do concur.
In 1 minute, please.
I do agree with the person who has moved the motion, and I do support it. But the major challenge is poverty. If you look to us who comes from the East, people from Busoga, poverty is the real problem. My name is Nachiria Prose, a district female youth councillor, Ginger District. Poverty is the major problem that is leading us, the young people, from attending education. But more also, this should be done in the government schools, where there are ghostly pupil or ghostly student, where the government is facilitating more money to those ed teachers who are using our money instead of helping our children.
Thank you. Can we give an opportunity to people who have not talked?
Yes.
Honorable.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It's me who is talking.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
No, she's on the microphone, the honorable member behind. Yes. Switch on the microphone.
My name is Natuku Judith. I'm a chairperson Women's League Kotido, also directly elected councillor representing Panyangara sub-county. Madam Speaker, I just have a few things to mention.
In 1 minute.
Yes. Strategic objective number 1 for the national plan is peace and security. In Karamoja, women are the highest recipients of the bad practices like raiding, when people are killed, or women are the highest in a way that they lose their husbands, they lose their children, they lose almost every relative that is attached to her as a woman. Now, economically, this has bogged down the development of Karamoja. I appreciate the fact that our government has given so many programs that have aided in. But in this case in Karamoja, many of the not go on so because of the security that has. My request here is, I wish government would establish model schools to retain children, the Karimojong children, to break that chain of raiding in schools. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Now this side. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
1, 2, 3.
Honorable Speaker and the members in this August House, my name is Batio Joyce from Moyo District. Honorable Speaker, I've also rise up to add my voice about the challenges faced by our girls. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that charity begins at home. the government is trying its best to empower women so that they are able to raise their children. But what I've realized the government has missed to do is financial literacy. Women are empowered, but they're failing to handle the finances. As such, our girls are left at large. So for
thank you. The other one, the honorable, please.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable
Nakiru.
Honorable members. Honorable member, please proceed.
I'm Honorable Nakiru Kevin Hilda, and I'm representing the voiceless of youth in the district council, that is Nablatuk district. And I'm here speaking for the behalf of the girls in Karamoja sub-region. I liked the motion which was moved on education. I remember way back when some of us joined school, there was a school feeding program by World Food. But these days, this has brought the low enrollment of the girl child in the school. But we are now appealing to government, if there is a way they could make a contract still with the World Food Program to extend at least 2 meals for these kids in school. Because currently, it is only 1 meal per day, and if you go monitor these schools, trust me, you will not get these girls at school. And this has really brought, when it comes to sharing of the national cake, you don't see Karamojons rising up. There are only few, and that is the Honorable...
Okay. Please give the info.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Let honorable members, can you please give her an opportunity to give the information? I have not given you time to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm called Ahumuza Grace, and I'm the District Female Youth Councillor, Kavalio Local Government. Madam Speaker, I would like to inform this August House that when you're being given an opportunity to justify on the motion, you stand and give reasons why you think that motion should be moved on this floor of Parliament. We shall have the right time to debate on this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable member, and as she's making her deliberations, I want one person from the side of the gallery, and here you come down and we close that.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Naburo Rachel Martha. I'm the District Youth Councillor, Bododa District Local Government, and I'm the lead of government business and aspiring member of Parliament, Bododa District. Madam Speaker, I stand to justify the motion because it carries what affects all of us. In the information the State Minister for Gender gave, and the information we have is that Uganda is having 24% of the teenage pregnancies. And Bududa in particular, we are above the national level because we are at 26%. And in Amisindwa, which is neighboring Bududa district, is at 27%. Madam Speaker, it means when we are having high levels of teenage pregnancy.
Okay, when you hear...
1 minute, Madam Speaker. I therefore justify that we move and carry on this motion because it is going to help us have our children to school so that we have a better Uganda. I thank you.
Okay, now that we don't have people from the gallery.
Madam Speaker.
She moved from the gallery. Okay, only 2 from the gallery. Then we close this.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I came from up. I am also up here to justify why the motion should stand. And strictly me, I will go to point number. Point number 4. Point number 5, number 4, that talks about government introduction of mentorship programs. Madam Speaker, I want to talk about more especially the schools that are in rural places. And we have these children who come from places where they do not have people to motivate them. So looking at this, I feel it will work perfectly, because seeing somebody who is better than you, higher than you, will motivate you to work harder. Other than being in a comfort zone where you don't have somebody to inspire you, to challenge you. So I feel it will work harder, better. I am called Angela Fiona Evening from Maju.
No, your time is up.
Thank you so
Switch on the microphone.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. This motion highlighted something on the STEM. STEM is science, technology. These are the male-dominated spaces that our girl child finds trouble in getting involved in them. We thank the government for the 1.5 they always provide for the girl child. And girl children are going into the spaces, but the field of work does not welcome them. That is because when you go in the field, let's say civil engineering, it is dominated with men. So when you reach there, somehow they don't give you that opportunity to compete with them, because as a woman, we want to be equal, but then we have our weaknesses. You have that day in the month where you're on your menstruation period. So for them, they look at it as a drag down. You're dragging them down. So that makes you not to compete, and to them, every time maybe there is opportunity for growth, they...
Thank you, honorable members. I now put the question on the motion. May those in favor say aye, and to the contrary say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk. Next item.
Item 6, motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to implement gender-responsive climate action and resilience building in support of women's efforts in the agricultural sector.
Thank you. The mover is Honorable Atim Betty from Gulu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honorable members in the House, women leaders and honorables in the House. Madam Speaker, I rose up on the matter of moving a motion on the floor of this Parliament. Motion for a resolution of the Second National Women Parliament urging government to implement gender-responsive climate change, action and resilience, building in support of women efforts in the agriculture sector. I move this motion under the Rule 56 of the Rule of Procedure. Whereas Article 39 of the 1995 Constitution of Uganda guarantees every person the right to a clean and healthy environment. And whereas Article 33(2) of the Constitution mandates the state to provide, facilitate, and opportunities necessary to enhance the welfare of women to enable them to realize their full potential and advancement. Aware that the National Climate Change Act gives force of law to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Kyoto Protocol, and the Paris Agreement. Under Section 3C, the purpose of the Act is to enhance the ability
to adapt to the adverse impact of climate change, building climate resilience, and develop a mechanism to enhance low greenhouse gas emission. Further aware that Uganda commitments under international and regional framework, such as the Paris Agreement, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, particularly Goal 5 of gender equality and Goal 13 of climate action, the African Union Agenda 2063, and the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, emphasize the importance of gender-responsive climate action. Considering that women play a vital role in Uganda's rural agriculture sector and contribute a higher than average share of crop labor in the region. And according to the statistics from the World Bank, women also make up for 76% of the Uganda agriculture workforce. Concerns that climate change poses significant changes to agriculture, primarily through extreme weather patterns like drought, flood, heat wave, and altered pre-participation patterns, and rising sea level, which disrupt crop growth, reduce yield, impact livestock health, and untimely threaten flood security global. Hey, you feel it. Further concerned than that, despite their significant roles in promoting agriculture, can we have order in the house? Madam Speaker,
you are protected. Can you proceed? Proceed.
Government strengthening laws and policies on land rights for women to ensure equal access to land and credit facilities for women. Government strengthening the implementation of the National Climate Change Act and climate adoption technologies of women. Government implementing climate smart agriculture programs targeting women, ensuring access to drought resistance, crop irrigation system, and agroforestry. Number 5, government development, a national gender responsive framework for climate resilience, ensuring that climate adoption and mitigation strategies prioritize the needs of women and vulnerable communities. Government ensures social protection programs for women affected by the climate-related disaster, including emergency relief fund and resettlement assistance. Government supports research and innovation in women-led renewable energy projects. Ensure that more women are included in green economic opportunities and sustainable development initiatives. And all government agencies, local authorities, private sectors, stakeholders, and civil society organizations work in collaboratively to strengthen gender-responsive climate action. Ensure that Uganda climate resilience efforts are inclusive, sustainable, and equitable for all. I beg to move the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Honorable Betty, I now invite Honorable Jumia to second the motion.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I first of all congratulate you, thank the Right Honorable Among for this invitation and for this rare opportunity, and also thank honorable members for attending this session. I've risen to second this motion. I really urge government to implement gender-responsive climate change action and resilience building in support of women's efforts in the agricultural sector. Honorable Speaker, I beg to justify, because I may not. Is it in order?
Yes.
Yes, I've moved. I can
Kindly
justify.
and we
yes,
go.
I beg to satisfy. To justify.
Okay.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members in this August House, I really second this motion and really thank the mover of this motion because of 3 reasons. First of all, Uganda being an agricultural-based economy, I really support that government intervenes in the climate change. Another reason is that, it's already mentioned, is that women make the big percentage of the workforce in the agricultural sector. So I really urge government to see that it intervenes in the climate change. Another reason, and the last one, is that because we have unpredictable weather in Uganda, we all see the dry spell. We used to have 2 seasons, 2 rainy seasons, but now the dry spell can take over and we have only 1 rainy season. So this is why I stand here to urge that government implement gender-responsive climate change action and resilience building in support of women's efforts in agriculture sector. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Jumia. I thank you. And we are running out of time. I want now to put the debate on the motion, and it is now open. I'm going to get 3 people from this side, 2 people from here, and 3 people from here. 1 person from here and 1 person from here. So, the 3 people, I'm giving you the numbers now. I would really want us to give an opportunity to people who have not talked, because it seems everybody will want to make a contribution in this August House. If you have not talked, you put your hand up. She has not talked. That is 1, 2, 3. That side is gone. Okay, let us begin with this side. Then I'll come here and go here.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
1 minute.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. This is Vicky Namugobe, representative of the National Youth Council of the Female Youth Council in Sironko District. So basically, I come from a region that is prone to disaster, and that is the Elgon region, and we always have the disasters that are hitting the landslides in Bududa and in places that are usually affected. So as a person representing the youth, usually the government comes in to intervene and give us I call them placement centers, where people can go and take refuge. But then you find that the social structure is not adequate for us, because they are displacing you from a place where you have grown and lived for years and taking you to a place where you're going to settle, but with no other priorities or no other solutions for us. And yet women, we are the caregivers. Women, we are the people that produce and do a lot. So as we move the motion, we are requesting and urging the government that it should put into consideration alternatives for women who have been agriculturalists and they are being moved from a place that is more fertile to a place that is infertile, in order to find solution on how they can be able to survive and be empowered. Because if they are not empowered in those places, the concept of gender disparities and inequalities will still persist, because there is no hope for them and there is no space for them. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Number 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. By name, I'm Naksita Hope Phoebe, a youth councillor, Butewa District, mainly known as the Nkolela Kidas. Madam Speaker, I really appreciate this motion, as the Bukedi, basically Butewa District, we are based on agriculture for our livelihood. We are based on cassava growing to facilitate the families leading to poverty. Madam Speaker, I really appreciate this motion. And also, as the women in the rural areas, mostly in my district, we depend on the forest as like cooking. We cut down the forest for firewood, for sale. We sell the trees to get money for education, for food, so we end up losing out. So I really appreciate this motion. If the government could come up with specific actions for the districts, multi-booked, to
time out. Your point is noted. Black and white.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Tuna Masco Jacqueline, District Youth Member, Kabade District. I second the motion, mainly number 4, about agricultural programs. Women in the house, can we all participate and grow fruits? Because fruit trees are not easily cut. But when you grow trees, you find you're putting them in timber, firewood. But when it's fruit trees, they can keep producing the fruits, and we get vitamins for our health.
Okay, thank you. We are going here. Honorable members, we are going here.
Madam Speaker, they took me over. That is the reality.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I pray.
I will come back to you. Can we give her an opportunity?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, my name is Sarah. I'm speaking on behalf of the people of West Nile. I am a young farmer and a very young, brilliant girl. When you look at the 4th resolution that we are putting to the government on the programs targeting the women, we are in a region where people are not so much economically empowered. Looking at these irrigation systems, we are going to urge the government to put a lot of inputs to ensure that women are empowered in order to access these irrigation systems, because with our high population of people of West Nile, the lands are not enough. We are also going to urge that as we try to implement a second policy, that women should be entitled to have lands, the cultural leaders should ensure that women...
Can the honorable members sit when someone is debating? The rest can sit. You cannot all contribute at the same time. Can you please sit? Can you please sit? I'm here. Please go ahead. After that, I'm coming.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. And by the name Sangombeti, I hail from a region, northern, and Tuke district. We are bordering Karamoja. Madam Speaker, for long, there has been issue of deforestation. And in point 7, I want to say thank you for the mover of this motion. We shall realize that we are all mothers and we use charcoal for cooking. But what I am urging government to do, before they ban out the issue of charcoal, let government get a mechanism how we can really use firewood or maybe the tariff electricity, because honestly speaking, when you move in rural areas, that is what they use. Basically, it's firewood, not electricity. Or else, can government have another options of?
Okay, thank you. I'm giving whoever has not talked, you've not talked one. The gallery, I want you. And you can be coming down. But now I'm on this side. Number one, if you have not talked. Number two, honorable member, and number three is here. Number one, number two, number three. But we are on this side, honorable member.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Number one is here.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm here to analyze the motion, and I want to thank the mover of the motion. Specifically, I'm talking about number 4, and in particular, the irrigation system that are going to be triggered to the women. In my district, Mayuge district, sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Wametere Salama, the youth representative, Mayuge district. I want to bring you to your notice that in Mayuge district, we have the irrigation systems that are coming from the government. And these systems, they are co-funded by the government. But then the co-funding is high. So if this system is to be improved or to be, I think the co-funding should not be high.
Okay, number 2 is where? Number 2 is here, and number 3 is there.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Sarah Nyamatoli, representing youth in Bunyangab district. I work as the Deputy Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to talk on number 6. Those are disasters. We all know that Bunyangabu last year was affected by disasters and we lost lives. Right Honorable Speaker, I pray let the government at least look at our people. Let those people be resettled. Those people who are still in those hilly areas, the likes of Kateo and Chamkube, really those people suffered last time. And let the government not look at food only. Those people are still affected by health-wise. So we still need the lives of our mothers and the young children, the likes of adults. Thank you very much.
Okay. Number 3.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Birunji Shadia from Soga region, precisely Iganga. Sorry, don't echo in the way. We're all women, and we know we are the main budget holders or implementers in our homes. And one of the biggest percentage of our budget is on fuel, let's say charcoal that we are using. My humble request is for government to reduce on the taxes on cooking gas so that we have an alternative of gas instead of charcoal to reduce on deforestation in our country. Thank you very much.
I was waiting for those from the gallery. Who is coming from the gallery? Which one? The one coming from the gallery, please. 2 people from the gallery. I want us to be honest. You're from the gallery, and you? Okay. No, I said 2 people from the gallery.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm Namtamba Reste, Female Youth Council from Luoka. Madam Speaker, I want to talk about sugarcane in my district. You find women and younger girls are also joining cutting sugar canes, which is letting these girls to get pregnant and they are still young. So I would like to call upon this August House
Okay.
I beg to submit.
Okay, the one from the gallery. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance. I want to put my voice on the climate.
Your names?
Women in climate.
Can you introduce yourself?
By names, I'm Adrokotedi, female youth councillor from Madokolo district, speaking on behalf of the women of West Nile. For the issue of climate, first of all, our women in West Nile, most of them use firewood, not even charcoal, and which also contributed a lot to the destruction of our environment. If only government could extend electricity to all the villages that at a cheaper price, it's going to help and improve on our environment, and then it's going to help us to the issues of climate will not be it's not going to be a challenge to our country. Go to West Nile right now, the belts of Germany. Very, very high. It is because we have destroyed the environment by producing charcoal that we have destroyed the trees down. Only, but it is not into all the homes and the villages. Even to our institutions, some institutions, electricity has not reached. So the institutions have gone ahead to destroy the environment. That is my resolution to the government. I beg to submit.
Thank you. The last one is here. Okay, the two of you. Then we, please. Switch on the microphone.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. And by the names of Nakio Slivia, the District Female Youth Representative for Karenga District, I'm on point 2. I would like to comment on the issue of women ownership of land. Why I want to really strengthen on this point is because most of our women have no access to most of the things, most of the funds in our places because of no access to land. When you look at the issue of growth was supposed to benefit most women, but you find that they don't have land. So as the collateral.
Okay, thank you. The last one.
Supplement.
Proceed.
Right Honorable Speaker, whereas Article 32 and 33 of the 1995 Constitution, it mandates the state to take affirmative action to redress imbalances that disadvantage women and to protect their economic and social rights, including ownership of and access to financial resources. And whereas, Madam Speaker, Section 9 of the Public certifying that the budget framework paper is gender and equity responsive and specifies measures taken to equalize opportunities for women and other marginalized groups, which provides a basic of integrating gender and equity into national and local government planning guidelines to facilitate implementation, oversight, and coordination by MDAs. Right Honorable Speakers and colleagues in the House, aware that Uganda's commitments under international and regional frameworks, such as the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, the Maputo Protocol, and the African Union's Agenda 2063, and the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, particularly Goal 5, Gender Equality, and Goal 8, Decent Work and Economic Growth, emphasize women's economic empowerment as a catalyst for national development. Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, you're further aware that the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development has promoted various women programs that include support to women groups in wealth creation through the Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Programs, WEP, aimed at improving access to financial services for women and equipping them with skills for enterprise growth, a proposal to integrate 30%, which aims at increasing household income and the generating growth opportunities and the productivity of women enterprise grow, which aims at increasing access to financing businesses. Right Honorable Speaker, concerned that while women empowerment and economic participation in Uganda has improved and is currently at 39% compared to 50% for men, women continue to face structural barriers such as unpaid care work, discriminatory social cultural norms, and limited access to productive resources like land, credit, and formal employment opportunities. Madam Speaker, you're further concerned that unequal access to land ownership, financial services, and economic opportunities perpetuates economic dependency and limits women's capacity to contribute meaningfully to Uganda's economic growth. And considering that, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization, if women had some access to productive resources as men, they would increase yields on their farms by 20 to 30%. Honorable members, raising the total agricultural output in developing countries by 20 to 30%. Output in developing countries by 2.5 to 4% is such an increment in food production which could lift 150 million people out of hunger. And the World Bank also found that if discrimination against women workers and managers was eliminated, productivity per worker would increase by between 25 to 40%, and increasing women's economic opportunity and gender equality that has been linked to higher gross domestic product, 15 higher income per capita, and greater competitiveness. Madam Speaker and the August House, cognizant of the fact that economically empowered women have more contribution to their families, societies, and national economies, and women provided with skills, resources, and equal success to economic institutions are a bedrock to prosperity for themselves, society, and this contributes to the national development. Now, therefore, Madam Speaker, I request that it be resolved by Parliament that 1. Government ensures that at least 30% of government procurement contracts are allocated to women-led businesses. 2. Madam Speaker, government expands access to credit and financial resources for women, including low-interest loans and direct funding for women's village savings and loan associations, VSLAs. Madam Speaker, number 3, government spearheads reforms of laws and policies to guarantee protection to women's rights, access to land, and abolition of cultural practices that hinder women's emancipation. Madam Speaker, number 4, government increases the budget allocation for the National Women's Council and women's entrepreneurship programs, including strengthening initiatives such as the Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Programs, enriching women to rural areas. Number 5, Madam Speaker, government introduces social protection policies and reforms aimed at alleviating the effect of rendering unpaid work to the productivity of women in employment, whereby women work 24/7. All government institutions, financial bodies, private sector actors, and civil society organizations work collaboratively to ensure that women's economic empowerment remains a national priority, leading to sustainable development and conclusive economic growth, as the women are the backbone of the nation. Right Honorable Speaker, before I move, I appreciate the government and Parliament for putting the women or female agenda on the agenda. Madam Speaker, I beg to move, and I also beg to lay on table. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Information.
Thank you. Can we wait for the information briefly?
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I would like to give information on the first point she gave on contracts, that contracts at local level of 10 million and below are all secured for special interest groups, including women, youth, and people with disabilities. And at national level, the ones of 30 million and below are secured for special interest groups. So we already have that one. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you. You switch it on.
For your information, we do appreciate that government intervention for looking into the special interest groups whereby the female or women and the young girls have a percentage. Thank you for your information.
The seconder?
Yes.
You want to give justification? Please, go ahead.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity once again. I stand here to second the motion so that the House take it and we debate on it. But I give a small justification that we are all aware that any project given by women is always successful. And when we look at the current project that we are carrying on, the UWEP, the percentage of bringing, it is a revolving fund, but currently we are at 80%. And when you look at that at the same time, government had allocated 285 billion, but only 125 billion has been given out to the women. And when you go back to our villages, at least when you talk about UWEP, you will realize that at least in a village or a parish, you will get a project and there's already a success story on all the projects on UWEP. Except of recent, it has gone down. So we request the government that this is the only project that we really have as women. Let government put more money so that, I remember the minister talked about the grow, so that the status of the project can start from UWEP. Then maybe when we grow, we look for that fund of grow. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Betty. Like I said before, can we agree to give every person an opportunity to speak? Those who have not talked, we need to hear their contributions. We want all to be seen making that contribution in this house. So we are beginning with this side. We are taking 3, 2, 1, and 1. I'll begin with her. That is 1, 2, 3. Then we shall go there. Let her go. You give her an opportunity. We'll have another motion. Yes, proceed.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Microphone.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm called Madame Kela Angiru. I hail from Amolatar. This is a district which is surrounded by water. The local community you are talking of, I hail from there. When you empower a woman, you need to look at the local woman who stays at the rural community like mine, near the lake, the fishing community. For us, we don't have access to those loans which they are talking of. When you meet that local woman and you ask her about the web, the PDM, she'll not be able to explain to you because they have not sensitized everybody. The information has not reached everybody. And when we are talking...
Can you give her time?
Give me time, please. When we are talking, you have talked of grow. You need to have land title. And most women don't have access to land according to our culture. You will agree with me on this. So we would like you, on this floor of Parliament of today, please empower women also to have those titles. Or we have shares, we have our names also inclusive in the title for us to get those loans. Since women are very active in production, in development, in homes. Thank you. I beg to move.
Thank you. Number 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Tibenkana Edith Nantongo, the chairperson, Women Council, Jinja City. As far as the women are concerned, especially where I come from, we are doing the culture, we are doing the horticulture. Now, the way we are selling our products in the markets, we find that at times we lose the market and it comes too low. So we pray, as far as the women are concerned, at least we get some small loans at the village level. Now, at the village level, we have 5 women representatives of women councils. Let also those ones handle over our loans so that we can get the loans, small loans, to uplift our economy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. My name is Nelly Atkunda, female representative on the Youth Council from Churhura District. Now, my concern is about the quality of economic empowerment that we give to the women. Madam Speaker, we realize that the women need to even represent economically on the international level. And that's why we need quality and a lot of quality empowerment on these women. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let me give her.
Thank you so much, Speaker. My name is Goreti Karunji, representing women of Fort Portal North Division. My issue is on government increasing the budget allocation. One, the money that the government is giving to women councils is less, and women are many. So as the government is increasing the budget, they should look increasing their money. Another thing is the programs that the government has put. They should also look at the sustainability. Us as young people, we're also coming up, but we're seeing that this money is not being recovered. So the government should look at the mechanism of recovering this money so that even young people who are coming up to join the women can be able to benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me give this young woman here, this one here. 1 minute.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I'm Ayebale Evelyn, District Female Youth Councillor from Masindi. Madam Speaker, on this motion, I will talk about budget allocation. Madam Speaker, since then, all those years, we've been receiving ex gratia of 250 quarterly, 250 per month, which comes quarterly. But Madam Speaker, I would want to inform you, so many things have increased, fuel has increased, and now we urge that at least it's increased from 250 to 500,000 at least per month, because now we are going into voting. And we the youth, we are retiring from the youth politics now to that politics of old women. So we urge for that increment. Madam Speaker, another issue of public importance of the Republic of Uganda.
Okay.
Not allowed. Not allowed. Madam Speaker, the President of the Republic of Uganda, this is a matter of public importance.
She's protected.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. The President of the Republic of Uganda promised the youth heifers, and the Youth Council executives, they all received, but the youth who are retiring from the youth politics, they are poor economically. They are poor, they don't have money. And for us, we assume that if we receive these heifers, we've seen it happening to other people where he has been visiting, that if we receive these heifers, it will increase our economic status and also enable us to compete in those positions. Since you know, money plays a very strong financial muscle in that process, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much.
We are going here. We are going here, then we come this side.
Madam Speaker, Sherry Kalyebala, Chairperson Wakiso District. I just wanted to ask my colleague. She said she comes from Mubende District.
So you're giving us
okay,
information.
Thank you so much. But she mentioned about ex gratia of 250. That is too much. I'm in Wakiso District, Mama. We get one. Let me be protected. Mama, I'm supporting her. But 250 is too much. In Wakiso, we are getting 170. So 200, yes.
Okay, honorable members, can we
Madam
proceed?
Speaker, maybe that is just allowance. Maybe it's council allowance. She's mistaking it, and it is even tax. She's mistaking it from ex gratia to
200.
What?
Okay.
Allowances, I think.
Honorable members, can we get the House back to order? I think we are proceeding well. Yes, let's have two people here to debate, and then we conclude.
I'm so humbled, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Helen Flavia Nagawa. I'm the Female Youth Councillor, Deputy Speaker, Kalanga District. I had 3 points, Right Honorable Speaker. The first one has been aired out by the first discussant. It was about cows. The next, heifers. The second point is about increasing on the budget for women councils and youth councillors as well. I mean, youth councils. For instance, in our district, Kalangala, ever since we were voted for, we haven't held any youth council meeting. It's because of the limited resources we are having. The thing as well, Right Honorable Speaker, is about upholding Article 26 of the Constitution that gives right to own property, regardless. For instance, in my district, Right Honorable Speaker, women are being denied the right to own property and as well to become the heirs. So there is a need to uphold that article. Without forgetting, the President promised youth councillors heifers. Right Honorable Speakers, we need our heifers. Thank you so much.
Madam Speaker, I've waited for long for sure.
Right Honorable.
We are done. We shall come back this side, but now we are going to this side. Yes, you proceed.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Chepkuri Faith. I come from Sebei, Kapchora. And in Sebei, we have a number of challenges. I wanted to talk on the time of education. We have so many challenges, but that is a gone case. Now here is a case where certain uncertainties happen, and government so much goes so fast to rescue them and leave out others. For example, recently, it's 1 month ago or two, when the market in Sebei region got banned, and I have not seen any intervention by government. Yet these are women. All their things got burnt in the market. So some of them even are beneficiaries of PDM and are expected to pay back. So my humble request is we consider each other equally and consider that even other regions do exist. And as we talk right now, it's my humble plea that you go and consider Sebei and consider the effect that they had during the...
Thank you. We are picking numbers from this side, but if you have said something on the floor of Parliament, kindly give an opportunity to others to speak. Number 1 is already on the microphone. Number 2 is there. Number 3, the one in specs behind.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
We shall give her.
Thank you, Right Honorable. district, and also known as the Honorable of the Young People. Right Honorable, if we are to ensure sustainability of these programs, we need to have the young people on these desks as we get these programs on board. If we are to ensure sustainability of programs that, like UWEP, you can't always have council meetings without the female councillors, without the female youth representatives at the district, and you think that there will be a sustainable program for these things. YLP is there, but we need women at the center of everything. We cannot have young people left out at the district level and we see these programs succeed. Right, Honorable Speaker, Uganda is not going to devote Uganda is not going to actualize economic freedom if we do not have young people or young women at the center of decision making. I submit.
Thank you. Number 2 was Honorable Akwi.
Thank you very much, Honorable
I'm going
Speaker.
to come back to you, please.
My name is Akwi Nora Robina. I'm the National Treasurer of the Women Council. At the same time, I'm also the chairperson of the Women Council of Nakapiripiri. Madam Speaker, my concern is basically about GROW. The communication that GROW is giving out to the women is different to the communication that we have been told today. Number one, GROW is telling the women that all the women of Uganda are supposed to benefit from GROW. Number two, when we get information elsewhere, they are telling the women it's only the business women who are supposed to benefit from GROW. Our request, Madam Speaker, is that can GROW help us and involve the women leader in their planning and programming such that the women leaders can be able to disseminate this information directly to the rural women like us.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Speaker, as we are empowering the women, can we also have male involvement in the empowering of women? Because women are becoming extremely empowered and the men are becoming extremely scared of the women who are empowered. And our government help us and involve these men of ours in these programs when they're empowering them, when they're educating them. As long as the men know what is happening, they'll be able to support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we have the other one, the last one, and I'll come back here.
Thank you very
Those who are
much.
supposed, yes.
Madam Speaker, my name is Nambi Harriet, Chairperson NRM Women's League, Mityana District. Madam Speaker, mine is on number 3. This is protection of women's rights to access land. Madam Speaker, we have a problem in our place, and that is Mityana. Mityana, we have a lot of coffee, but men are killing their wives because of coffee. And Madam Speaker, I beg that government really comes on board to see to it that these women who are legally married also get access to that coffee, selling of coffee, and also getting some land. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The one holding the microphone.
Thank you, Madam
All woman for 25 years. You know, if the season is changing, the character also change. Can the law affirmative actions be worked on. At least maybe 2 terms in the parliament so that another generation come and take on from there.
Thank you.
And can the women allowed to be judges and they teach us the young women? Can you allowed to be judges and teach us? In our family, we have our son, and the son bring a wife. If a wife is there, it's you to teach the wife of your son. Not you can be the wife to the father of a son and at the same time the
point of
a
information.
mother of your son.
We are not
So
judges.
the issue of affirmative action.
Okay, thank you. Your point has been noted. Let's have the last one and we conclude.
Thank you, Madam
We
Speaker.
still have one motion. The one here on the microphone.
Protection, Madam
We are
Speaker.
done with this side.
I'm Namukisa Esther, Female Youth Councillor, Nakasongola District, Central Region, Omuruli. Madam Speaker, this one has talked about the strengthening of government policies economically to the women. Madam Speaker, allow me to talk about the young women out there abroad working in Arab countries. Madam Speaker, the companies traveling those young women, most of them are not registered. Those youths are suffering from abroad, nowhere to report. Most of them are dying from there. So, Madam Speaker, I would urge
thank you.
They have where to report because many of them, they are losing their lives and money because when we send money here, they send money here, the receivers tend to eat them and the users have nowhere to report. I urge that the government please put somewhere, at least at the district level, where those girls can report immediately and be worked on. Another thing is skilling centers.
Thank you. Your time is out. Your time is out. Can we hear from Pade? We finished this side. We are coming back.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank all the members for their submission. Right Honorable Speaker, what I want to propose as far as the economic empowerment of women is concerned is having a quota, especially now like for the GROW project we are talking about. We greatly appreciate all the programs, the plans, the activities that are in place to empower women economically. But according to the analysis that came out recently, as far as what has been released so far, almost 19 billion went to one district, other districts 1 billion, other districts not even a coin. So we propose that the Ministry of Gender, we ensure that we have allocation on quota basis, either per region or per district. Speaker. So that the disadvantaged women from the rural areas, the rural districts, who are really working hard to pick up economically, also benefit from some of these programs. I want to thank you, Madam Speaker.
Can we get your name?
Luwilasidio Ketayot is my name. I'm the district chairperson, Women League, Pade District, and former woman MP who is also warming up to come back to the House. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We are running out of time and we have to come to a conclusion. Let us conclude with her and then we proceed.
Honorable Speaker.
You switch on. You switch on.
Honorable Speaker, my fellow parliamentarians.
Your name?
Can I say?
Get closer, speak now.
Hajati Mtasa Jamira, Chairperson Women's League, Yantonde District. We have been here for a while, but I've not heard anybody talk about old people. Today you are youth, tomorrow you are a woman, and tomorrow you are an old person. Now, if you don't talk about them, because everybody is going to experience that age, please, these people are getting little money. You know they get 25,000 per month.
Information, Madam Speaker.
Which cannot sustain anybody. I'm appealing to the people. I to support those people in their areas so that they can also live a good life. Thank you.
Information, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you so much. I'm by the name Carolina Larokoma from Gulu District, the Female Youth Councillor for Gulu District. I would want to inform the
Honorable members, can we maintain silence?
I want to inform the House and the precurrent speaker that we have SAGE for the old people. You are not being left out, and there is SAGE for old people. This money is being given monthly for the old people. So they are not left out, at least they are benefiting from the government program. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that information. With that, honorable members, I now put the question on the motion. May those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. I can hear the ayes have it. Thank you. Clerk.
Item 8, motion for a resolution of Parliament, strengthen women's participation in politics and eliminate barriers to inclusive democracy.
Thank you. I invite the mover, Honorable Atiang Grace.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I also thank the Minister in charge of women who is in the House. I thank our dear friends, the MPs who are in the House. I thank the women leaders who are in the House. And by the names Grace Atiang from Kumi District, and I also happen to be the head girl for Teso Sub-Region. I am raising on a motion for a resolution of the Second National Women Parliament to strengthen women's participation in politics and eliminate barriers to inclusive democracy. Members, I know we are tired, but let's just be keen on this. This is our area of interest as leaders. This motion is directly ours. Under Rule 56 of Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda, Honorable Speaker, whereas objectives and directives principles 14 of the 1995 Constitution of Uganda ensures that the state recognizes the
Honorable member, can you get on the microphone?
Whereas objectives and directives principles 14 of the 1995 Constitution of Uganda ensures that the state recognizes the significant role that women play in society. And whereas Articles 32 and 33 mandate the state to take affirmative action in favor of marginalized groups, including women, to redress historical imbalances and ensure full participation in all spheres of national life, including political representation. Honorable Speaker, aware that Article 78(1)(a) of the Constitution states that Parliament shall consist of one woman representative for every district. Further aware that Section 10 of the Local Government Act requires that women councillors to consist 1/3 of the district council. Right Honorable Speaker, noting that Section 3 of the National Women's Council Act provides that object of the National Women's Council is to engage women in beneficial activities to them and the nation through encouraging women to consolidate their role in the politics and national development. Right Honorable Speaker and members of the House, further noting that Uganda's commitments under international and regional frameworks such as Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the CEDAW, the Maputo Protocol, the African Charter on Democracy, Election and Governance, and the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, particularly Goal 5 on the gender equality and the Goal 16 on peace, justice, and strong institutions. Right Honorable Speaker, recognizing that Uganda has made strides in increasing women's representation in most public platforms. For instance, in the Parliament, there are 189 women MPs, including 14 ex-official members, constituting to 34% of the representation in that 11th Parliament. And there are 14 women cabinet ministers out of 31 cabinet ministers, consisting of 45% and 24 women state ministers out of 50 state ministries. Honorable Speaker, concerning that, despite the major milestones in attaining the participation of women in politics over the years, systemic impediments such as entrenched patriarchal norms, economic constraints, limited access to campaign financing, electoral violence, including gender-based violence against women in politics, and political party structures marginalize women and continue to undermine their effective participation in democracy, governance, and leadership. Further concern that women's underrepresentation in political party leadership and key decision-making structures weakens democratic governance, policy inclusivity, and sustainable development, thereby limiting Ugandans' progress towards gender-responsive governance. Madam Speaker, cognizant of the fact that the Electoral Commission, political parties, and other state and non-state actors have a constitutional and a legal duty to promote free, fair, and inclusive electoral process that enables the full participation of all citizens regardless of gender. Madam Speaker and the members in the House, the following are key things that we need to take keen interest in. Now, therefore, be it resolved by our Honorable Parliament. The good thing about this Parliament we are requesting we have representatives here, we have our minister here, so we know whatever we are going to say is falling in the right place. One, government enhances gender parity in all decision-making bodies, ensuring equal political representation at national, local government levels as per Action Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance. That is one of the issues we are requesting our dear Parliament to help us agitate for. 2, government regulates the high financial burden of participation in election campaigns so that women are not disadvantaged due to lack of financial support. Isn't this what we suffer? The third aspect, Honorable Speaker, government implements a zero-tolerance policy against gender-based electoral violence, ensuring legal action against perpetrators of harassment, intimidation, and cyber bullying against women in politics. Number 4, government promotes civic education. Government should promote civic education and leadership training programs to equip women with the skills and resources needed to effectively participate in political leadership. Right, Honorable Speaker, there is the Equal Opportunity Commission. So they say the Equal Opportunity Commission provides an annual report on women's political participation, assessing challenges and progress, with recommendations for further legislative action. And also, Right Honorable Speaker, government's commitment to continuous legislative review. So members, they are asking our colleagues, our friends, to always have legislative reviews and oversight to ensure the full realization of gender-responsive governance and effective implementation of policies aimed at ensuring women's political empowerment in Uganda. Before I move the motion, I would first of all like to thank the Right Honorable Speaker of this House, who is none other than Honorable Anita Among, for having invited us to be here. Today, we have also touched where we have been seeing our honorables debating. So we would like to thank her for her initiative to have brought us also to this House. I therefore beg to move. Atiang Grace, District Chairperson, Women Council.
Make a statement. Thank you, Honorable Atiang. And now we want to have the mover, the seconder of the motion, Madam Zena Oplot.
The Right Honorable Speaker, all members in the House, the invited guests, and all protocol observed. My name is Enopolot, standing in for Lira District. I'm a woman leader from Lira District. I'm here to second the motion moved by Honorable Grace. But before I second, Madam Speaker, it's already seconded, but I have to submit something. Madam Speaker, on the matter which they have moved, I'm really glad to tell you that we women, we have to appreciate the Parliament of Uganda, mostly our Speaker, who is our Iron Lady for Uganda as I talk. At the same time, I appreciate our chairperson, Farida. At least you have made the women to come up. Those days, we used not to know that Women Council was powerful. All of us could rush for Women's League, not knowing there are good things in Women Council. But right now, I'll tell you, Madam Farida has opened the way for people. And the Honorable Speaker, Anita Amongi, I beg you people, those who are there, they should vote her back to Parliament for the hard work Anita has done. Madam Speaker, people are crying about their money of grow. Me, I want to tell you where that money goes. It's in your department as Women Council. But I'm open, you know, in politics you have to be open. This money, the person, I will not mention names, but you will understand. In that, the person in that ministry, instead of her giving the money to all the district, the money is going only in Lira City because she's looking for the vote there. But I'm sorry to say that.
Are you giving justification?
Justification, let me go direct to the phone.
No.
Objection.
Honorable Member, I think
Information.
that is not a justification. We can leave at that. Thank you. Honorable members, can I give honorable members, can we sit? Honorable members, can we sit? Can I give an opportunity? Honorable members, can I give an opportunity to Honorable Tembo to give justification for this motion?
Honorable Speaker, members, my name is Tembe Betty Mase, the woman representative from Montoroko District in Rwenzori sub-region, Western Uganda. Of leadership of politics, I'm a cross-border trader. Madam Speaker, having heard from Honorable Grace Atang, woman representative from Kumi, an elaborate presentation, and noting that Uganda has had commitments under international and regional frameworks, such as the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the Maputo Protocol, the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, and the Sustainable Development Goals, especially goal number 5 on gender equality and goal number 16 on peace, justice, and strong institutions, I would like to emphasize on a call for Parliament to strengthen women's participation in politics and eliminating barriers to inclusive democracy. I beg to second.
Thank you so much, Honorable Betty. Before we proceed, dear honorable members, you can sit a bit. I want you to allow me, you're all aware that this is our last motion. It is our last item. And when you were electing us, you elected the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker. On this very item, on the order paper, let me give an opportunity to my Deputy Speaker to open the debate on this particular motion and address us this afternoon. Proceed.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker of the Day. I'm so humbled to have you today. the ministers around, the member of parliament of the main house, the women leagues and councils, and the youth leaders and the mighty youth councillors. I thank you all. I am so blessed today to see you all, and I can't thank you enough. I would love to clap for you. To get back on the motion, I would love to, following the Article 21 of the 1995 Constitution as amended, it gives mandate for the equality before the law. We are so blessed that this government considered the women to be recognized in this country. We are so, so humbled. And we cannot thank enough the President of Uganda in his absentia, wherever he is. We thank him so, so very much, because as I speak, the Vice President of Uganda today is a woman appointed by himself, the President. The Speaker herself, Right Honorable Speaker, Anita Among, she's also a woman. The Prime Minister is a woman. The DPP is a woman in judiciary. The First Lady herself is a minister. So we are so humbled to have women represented in this government of Uganda. And the reason the men are always blaming us for voting Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, but we shall vote him paka last because he has put us on map. We thank you so much. I would like to also extend my great thanks to the Right Honorable Speaker. In her absence, I know she's watching, wherever she is. I can't thank her enough, especially for this cause. We are here because of her. This is her move. Especially the youth councillors. I know you're blessed. I know you're delighted and you're happy. I know she's also happy you're here. I cannot thank her enough. Please, main house member of parliament who are here and who are not around, please vote her again. I would like to comment on a few things. I don't have enough time because time is limited. One, I would want to talk about the education. Being a girl child, it hurts me more when I see my colleagues down there in bars, working on the roads, carrying bags of things along the roads because they never went to school. It's my prayer to this government that if they would adjust and put more strictness on the laws of dropouts. These days, men have dropped their responsibility. They no longer pay for their children's school fees. They are left all for women to pay. A man can marry 10 women and have 40 children out of the 10 women, but can never even pay for one child. It really hurts. If the government can hear that, please, let's strengthen on that. And every man who knows cannot pay for the school fees, let them not produce then. Then another thing about education, it's so absurd that when a teenager reaches 18 years of age, they think they are old enough. To me, when I was 18 years, I knew nothing. I knew nothing. It's my prayer if the government can extend on this law from the age of adulthood, from 18 at least to 25 years of age, when someone understands and differentiates between the bad and the good. Then I would also want to kindly pray to this government on the issue of sanitary pads. Our girls are facing that challenge. Girls have no sanitary pads. They cannot afford them. Why can't the tax be reduced, the tax put on the sanitary pads be reduced at least to 1%, so that at least a sanitary pad can at least be bought at least 1,000? Because not all girls and not all women can afford sanitary pads. That issue has been also a big issue, which leads to dropout of our young girls. Then about the climate change, who is funding the Buvera factories. Why can't we drop Buveras? Of recent, I was in Rwanda. There is no Kavera. There is no Kavera in Rwanda. And that's how they have managed, and they have planted more trees. And that's how they have managed to keep their climate. I also would want to talk about finance, PDM. My youth are marginalized as far as PDM is concerned, because there is that law that says if a youth is not married, he or she cannot access the PDM money. And I think many youth are not married. Thus makes the other 30% to be shared to the elderly. And on that, I would still want to request and extend my prayer to the Excellency, the President of Uganda, and other big positioned members of this country, to always accept the youth, to reach out to them. Youth, we are broked to reach out to these people. And we always have concerns and burning concerns, because we are the 78%, we are the majority today. So we would want to have access to the president, would have access to the speaker, to have the access to these people, big people, so that we are not broke. We can also talk to them and exchange with them and share with them. Finally, we, as the youth, we had the president, as they said, had promised that the Heifers. As a youth leader, I'm the chairperson of youth leaders of National Association of Youth Councillors in Uganda. I'm the initiator and the chairperson. That's why you saw the support was overwhelming. So I cannot fail to mention this. Youth councillors have been crying for their Heifers. Your Excellency, you promised them their Heifers. It's only the youth council that received those Heifers. Youth councillors, they are still waiting, and we are finding it hard to go and mobilize on ground and talk to these people and bring them closer to the ideology of the president. Secondly, Chankwan's training. We have been denied Chankwan's training for long. Why not us, the youth? Why others? They are taking borders, they are taking other people. Why not the youth councillors go and have the training, the Chankwan's training in Chankwanzi? Then, finally, I thank you so much, and I urge you women, we are blessed, we are big people, go and stand with men and win them. We have, we can, and we shall. I thank you for God and my country.
Thank you, and we can proceed. I had asked her to take on the debate. Yes. Yes. No. You are not?
Procedure, Madam Speaker.
Okay, honorable members, it's okay. We are concluding. Let me ask the deputy speaker to take her chair, and we continue.
Yes.
I want to thank her for her contributions, and we can continue with the debate. Like we had agreed, 3 people this side, 3 people this side.
Start from this side.
Because this is the last one, but you make sure that you give an opportunity to those that have not said anything.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Okay, we are beginning with this side now. And number one is this one. Number two is this one here in the glasses. Number three, there are people who have already talked and they want to talk again. Number three is that one. So let us first sit. 2 minutes. 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this chance. I'm Namyanja Rosemary, Chairperson Women Council of Ukwe District and Mayor to Birugazi Municipality. Madam Speaker, I appreciate this motion because it was fully touching the women in politics. Some women who contest with men for electoral positions at all levels face much more hurdles, especially relating to the limited funds. That's why few women triumph over their male counterparts for elections because of poverty. So please, there is need for special consideration of women contesting for directly elected positions, particularly in areas of publicity and facilitation. That's when women can be encouraged to stand for these positions. Secondly, in this motion, there was where they said that councillors should be a third, women should be a third of the council. It is okay. But these women, they capture a larger area, even though the population is the same with the men. But when it comes for facilitation, they get the same facilitation, moreover they move in a larger area. And lastly, this marriage bill, I beg the parliament to pass this bill because it will help us to solve a lot of marriage challenges. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, number two.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity. Madam Speaker, according to what I have seen, there is some aspect that is really so crucial that we have left out. Much as we are looking at empowering the women and the girl child, we have not touched on the issue of the GBV, gender-based violence, and also we have not touched on the issue of the health of our young girls. Madam Speaker, if we are to progress as women economically in the field with education and in each and every motion that have been moved here, we need to first address the issue of gender-based violence, because a woman who is stressed in her house will not really go to the economic field and perform well. And also a girl child who is stressed in class, who has been abused maybe sexually, may not perform in class, and also may not participate in agriculture. So, Madam Speaker, I am urging this parliament that please let us consider the girl child. Let us, in each and every district at least, include the youth-friendly corners or youth health services. In each and every health center there is, at least there be a corner where a girl child who has been maybe raped, abused, can go there secretly.
Honorable Member, we are debating on the motion on the resolution of Parliament to strengthen participation in politics and eliminate barriers to include democracy. So we can proceed to only two. These two here.
I thought I'm the one on, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honorable. The rest of the members sit. Honorable members, we are coming this side. Can you sit? It is very... Okay.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. All protocol observed. Shama Elizabeth Trint is my name. I am a female youth district councillor from Nakaseke district. Right Honorable Speaker, putting into consideration that the percentage rate of women representation always varies and never constant, I would urge that further increase in women's representation in politics. I propose the implementation of quotas and reserved seats. For example, Right Honorable Speaker, the Rwanda's constitution guarantees 30% of parliamentary seats for women, resulting in one of the highest proportions of female parliamentarians in the world. The India's Panchayati Act reserves 33% of seats for women in local government, leading to significant increases in women's participation in politics. As I conclude, I want to urge this august House and the government to also learn from the successful examples as I've listed and models that are around us, and let us strive to create more an equitable society for all the Ugandans. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Bugweri, this side, then we shift to this side.
I'm Nambeko Pros Nakaima, Chairperson Women Council of Bugweri District. Madam Speaker, in education, girls are given a percentage of some points to enable them join the universities. As we are looking at empowering women, I'm proposing that let the government also come up with some percentage of votes to empower those women who are standing directly with men, so that
Okay, thank you. Your point has been taken. And now I'm shifting to this.
Yeah, thank you.
I want those that have not said anything. Karido, Mukono, and this one. Yes, can we sit? We cannot all talk at the same time, honestly.
Thank
and
you.
The rest of the... But
Thank you,
cannot
Right
speak
Honorable
at
Speaker.
once. Yes. Please proceed.
For gracing us as women council leaders, or general women leaders, I thank you for gracing us and inviting us for this function. At the same time, I thank the Right Honorable Minister, Peace, for proposing that this event takes place yearly. I welcome that. And I propose, suggesting, requesting all you women to welcome that proposal so that we hold this every year. For us, we don't know what will happen next, but at least we are happy that during our tenure,
Okay,
we have been
Honorable
invited
Kaiser, your
here.
point has been taken. Mama.
Honorable.
Proceed. This one here.
From Koboko District Local Government.
Now how many are going to speak honestly? We are coming to the conclusion, and can we put the House to order? I know. Okay, let's agree. Let Mama speak, Honorable speak, then Mukono and the other one. The three of them. Okay, you first sit. Let one talk at a time. Let's have one speak at a time. Yes. Please.
I am called Tekos Beda, District Woman Chairperson, Women's League Moroto, at the same time Women Councillor Moroto. Madam Speaker, to strengthen the women in politics, when we are articulating issues, there are policies that we have mentioned here. If those policies are amended, it also promotes women who are in leadership. Like for instance, in my own districts, when you talk about health, maternal health, it is causing most of these young mothers to die. So if we don't promote these health centers just malaria is also killing. In my district of Moroto, we don't have health center that can empower this woman.
Madam Speaker.
That can empower this health of this woman to be active in politics.
Point of order.
The healthy mother, healthy politics. Why am
Honorable
I saying like
member,
that? Healthy mother, healthy politics. So
we are
healthy mother in
debating,
politics
Honorable
is also
member.
health.
You need to be guided.
Point
Don't
of order,
forget. Please.
Thank you, Honorable.
Madam Speaker, is
Friend
it in
Adoris
order?
Wani, the chance was given to me, Speaker. Can we be in order? I was
Let's
now
point
to
of order. Point of order.
Say that Boko District Local Government, a district that borders 3 countries, Uganda, Congo, and Uganda. So, I am here through you, the Honorable Speaker,
concerning all the discussion with the motion that was moved, I really want to urge the government to ensure that there's increase in representation of the decision making for the women, not only in the parliament, but also in the ministerial positions, cabinet, particularly in western regions. We have 4 regions, Honorable Speaker, Madam. We have Lango, we have Northern, in the northern region, we have Lango, West Nile, and then Karamoja. You find that most times when we send one leader to represent us here at the parliament as youth, the youth will concentrate particularly from where she comes from. If it means from West Nile, we'll only concentrate from there, will not. Can we, through you, to the speaker, and then to proceed the government to ask if every region, like West Nile, Northern region, West Nile, Karamoja, and other districts, have their own youth leaders to the parliament. Let's say if female, every region has to send here in the parliament to talk on behalf of their own region, because we want our issues to reach. Then lastly, I want to urge that as we are going back, next time, can we have a balanced discussion, include all the districts? It has been like a segregation to me, but next time don't mention people by name, but call the districts. Thank you.
Thank you, and I want to encourage those that are going to debate. Be reminded that you have to debate on the motion that has been moved. I'm seeing a situation where people are debating on motions that were moved and resolved. So can we keep in line? Because we are now remaining with 2. We are only remaining with 2 people. I said Mukono and her, and we conclude. You have, okay. Only 2.
Thank you, Madam so Speaker. Much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my name is Honorable Peace Bridget Apiu. I'm the Female Youth Councillor, Kole District. I want to start from this angle. There are so many things that we women start from our attitude from inside here. As women in politics, how we discriminate each other. There are people here, people in the Women Council, they are fighting with the youth councillors. Everyone is looking at each other like enemies. The question here is, are we going to eliminate barriers in our political spaces? Because you'll find that I have actually been seeing and watching how people are debating, and people and the Women League are also from their side, the councillors also their side. But the issue here is, are we really supporting women in politics like this? At the end of the day, you will even our opponents in the competing. Let's youth councillor is competing with a woman member of parliament. They will be taking themselves as enemies. How are we going to mentor these young people for them to occupy the space that we have? Are we really supporting the women in politics? I know so many people who came in parliament at their young age. An example is Honorable Linda Agnes Auma. She started politics at her youth age. But you find that the women that we have right now in these political spaces, they see the young girls in the politics as threats. And they don't want their voices to be heard. And here we are talking about mentorship. The question is, who are you mentoring in your political space as a big person?
Okay, thank you. Your point has been captured. Switch on the microphone. You switch on the microphone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am Madam Esther Baroma Nachaze, Chairperson, Women Council, Mukono District. When we talk about women participation in politics, it requires minimal education. And the reality is that many women who were born before the NRM government came to power did not receive education. This was due to 2 reasons. One, the old cultural belief that did not prioritize educating girl child. a norm that was only changed by the President Museveni's policies in 1990s. The second one, the limited number of schools at the time. Madam Speaker, we therefore seek an amendment to the Education Act to enable the government to recruit adult education teachers who will teach women in selected UPE schools during students' holidays. Our proposal is that, Madam Speaker, women undergo a 2-year structured education program focusing on English, history, and entrepreneurship. I beg to submit.
Thank you, honorable members. I think you're aware that time is not on our side. The speaker is going out of the premises, and we have to take a photo session, and we also have to have a late lunch. It is waiting for us. But now, before we conclude, allow me to thank the honorable members. And now, I put the question on the motion. May those in favor say aye, and to the contrary say no. Aye. The ayes have it. Yes. Thank you. Clerk. Okay. Like we have all agreed that time is not on our side, and we are almost coming to the end of the session. You're very much aware that we have our partners here that really want to say 1 or 2 words, and these are very influential, that we need to hear from them. You need also to know them, and we are meeting them for the first time. But before they come in, we want to give an opportunity to one of our own, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Yala, to make a brief statement on behalf of all of us, the women, since she's representing us from the East African Parliament, so that we can have that feel of the East African Parliament. Thank you, Honorable Jackie.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, and honorable members, honorable councillors, honorable members of the Women Councils, and honorable members of Women League who are here. You're much honored. Like the speakers mentioned, my name is Jacqueline Amongin, but I represent Uganda in the East African Legislative Assembly. And I would like, first of all of us to applaud the Parliament of Uganda, who is led by the woman, the Right Honorable Anita Among. If we can give her a big applause, actually, because this is a precedent that is sent. It's a big precedent for us as the women, and also in a special way to know that the Speaker of this Parliament, where we are seated, is a woman. It means a lot to convene the Women's Parliament in this very house. I think we have to applaud her again. She's one of the persons who is very passionate about women's issues, besides all other issues. But Right Honorable Among is very passionate about women's issues. So hosting this Women's Parliament here, the second of its kind, is a very great achievement. I would also like, in a special way, to congratulate you, Madam Speaker, the chairperson of the Women Council, but also a chairperson of the Women Council who has tried to do something for the women of Uganda, Farida. So normally you give credit where it is due. And sincerely, we have to give credit to the Women Council of Uganda, to the chairperson. But also, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, plus the partners for having enabled the, like Right Honorable Peace Mutuzo has been here from morning up to now. There is being a minister, but there is also being a minister who is not available. So why don't we applaud Cecile, the Minister of Gender, and especially Honorable Peace Mutuzo. In a special way, the partners who have been mentioned, the Westminster Foundation. I have listened to the debates in this House. I'm very passionate about climate change. In the regional parliament, actually, I chair the portfolio committee on climate change. I would like to make a recommendation, Right Honorable Speaker, through you, that the next time we organize this women's, it will be the third. First of all, a recommendation which has come also from the House. This parliament should be done annually. And then two, can it be extended to be for at least 2 days? Because when it is 2 days, I see enthusiasm from the women, and the issues that they are raising are very pertinent to, in that, me as a member of parliament, I feel like, yes, this is right. We are talking about women's participation in politics. How do we engage the women? How can they galvanize the support? We are talking about issues of maternal health, child mortality in Uganda. We are talking about issues of regional balance. I think we have always held a youth parliament here. The last time I was in this House, I was a student, and I came as a youth parliament. And eventually I ended in this parliament when I was a youth at the age of 20-something. So it's very important that when these women come here, they galvanize, they get motivated, they network, and eventually they feel the Parliament of Uganda, but not just the Parliament of Uganda. I know the issues that have been discussed today here have been captured by the Hansard. And those issues will be debated in this Parliament, and some of the resolutions that you're coming up with will be adopted, because the convener of this day, the Right Honorable Speaker, Anita Mong, is very passionate about this issue. That's why she allowed that the members of parliament of the whole country, who are women in the Women Council, in the Women League, in the civil society organizations, and in the women councils are here. So do not think that you have wasted your time being here, but you have made a milestone. Right Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I was sick, actually. I came from that drip. That's why I was moving with my water. I didn't have juice. But anyway, parliamentary procedure dictates that you don't bring probably liquids. I need to apologize for that. But women, just to know that in Uganda, we constitute almost 60%. The husbands are the heads of the families, but the women are the brains of the family. If you are married, or you're not yet married, but if you're married and you're a disorganized woman in a home, that is no family.
Thank you, Honorable Jackie.
Therefore, I have represented Uganda in the Continental Parliament. I have represented Uganda in this parliament for 10 years. I am now representing Uganda in the Regional Assembly. But let me tell you, applaud the President of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Because in the whole of Africa, in the whole world, by the way, apart from Rwanda, the President of Uganda has given top priority to the women. And that's why today, when we are talking about emancipation, affirmative action, all the other members of different countries come to Uganda to benchmark on why and how did Uganda manage to pull women to participate right from the villages up to the top. Let me tell you, go to Somalia, go to formerly, it's still Sudan, but there is, of course, conflict. Sudan, I've gone to many countries, but if you go there, women are not allowed to speak. Women do not come to meetings, and women do not debate the way we are doing it in Uganda today. And you are doing it in your constituencies, in your councils, women are not represented anywhere. They are only represented where? In the kitchen. Are you aware of that?
Thank you.
So when we are talking about emancipation and women's participation, participation is not only in politics. It's participation at all levels of development. So I would like to conclude by asking the women of Uganda who are seated in this August House that can we once more applaud the government of Uganda. I know there are many challenges, even the government may not address all that are relevant to women, but I like the idea that women raise the issue of bringing men on board. Because I've been monitoring, some men have gone to a state of uselessness when actually there are women are working hard. That's a very huge point that the Minister of Gender should take into consideration.
Thank you.
However, as I go and sit, Right Honorable Speaker, let me ask you once more, that for the freedom that we've held in Uganda, for the fact that we are able to even dress and come all the way from Zombo, all the way from Kanungu, Kisoro, all the way from Karamoja to Kampala, and you're all looking beautiful. Let us applaud His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Our President, yes, and finally, the very beautiful speaker that we have in this country, Right Honorable Anita Mong. And as I go and sit, of course, our Honorable Right Honorable Speaker, who has given me an opportunity to say a word on behalf of all the people who are here. I'm much honored. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Jackie. Honorable members, we are running out of time. Now, we want to thank our development partners, the Westminster Foundation for Democracy. They are here. Please, the representative can come and make a statement. Please. There. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable members, Honourable Minister of Gender, Clerk of Parliament. Mine is really one of encouragement as well as a vote of thanks as a supporter of the second Women's Parliament with the theme of consolidating women's social and economic transformation in Uganda. I am humbled to be here. I would also like to thank the Parliament for enabling and supporting this important day in an important week, shining a spotlight on women and girl issues and ensuring women's voices are heard. I also thank the support of the Uganda Women's Parliamentary Association and the Women's Council. But most of all, I thank all the honourable women who participated today. Give yourself a round of applause. It is somewhat overwhelming to stand here as a man amongst a strong majority of passionate, dedicated, and dynamic women. It is good, perhaps, for men to get this perspective so that the tables are turned and they know what women often face every day. The Westminster Foundation for Democracy is an active supporter of women in politics, helping not only to solve problems facing women and girls, but having a say on all the issues that involve societies and nations, just as men do. Women should not only consider supposed women's issues, but be fully involved in the life and decisions of their nations. Westminster Foundation for Democracy, its own research and the programs we support around the world show that women are smart enough, strong enough, and capable enough to be involved in politics. They need some, but little training. Instead, even while they may be competitors, they thrive with networks, support from other women, and forums for sharing experiences to overcome barriers. Of course, these barriers, often societal or attitudinal, should be exposed and removed. That includes sexual and political violence that seeks to maintain gender power balance and ensuring there is fairness and political space. And men have a role to play in promoting women, perhaps reviewing their own actions and attitudes and understanding how perceptions of masculinity are part of the problem but also part of the solution to a better society that grows, develops, and economically transforms. Uganda has made great strides since the 1995 Constitution to increase the number of women in Parliament. But as we have heard today, there are still too few women successful in competing for open seats. And our efforts should have a vision beyond representation and voice to women having agency and an impact on the issues that they care about. As the Right Honourable Speaker noted, politicians should be servant leaders, giving voice and representation to all in society, especially the more marginalised. I encourage, therefore, that the important work of this Women's Parliament on the 4 resolutions will be rewarded by policy and lawmakers taking them forward. Thank you very much for having me here today.
Thank you so much, our development partners. Honorable members, we are running out of time. And I want to remind you that when the Speaker of Parliament Okay, you are aware that we are running out of time. I want to thank you, and it is at this time that I invite the Honorable Minister to conclude.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker, for this day and successfully concluding the issues that were all on order paper. On many occasions we discussed, but we never conclude the order paper. But I want to thank you so much for guiding this Parliament, that every area of the order paper was covered. And I want to highlight a few things that were raised so that we shall take them up to discuss with the President for Parliament's discussion and also for inclusion into our speech on the National Women's Day. To begin with, I want to thank the movers of the motions, Honorable Mastura Namatovu, Honorable Betty Atim, and Honorable Kengaju, Jennifer, Honorable Grace Anyong Atiang of Kumi. Thank you so much for moving the motions. And ladies, thank you for being very active in participation, for supporting the motions and raising very pertinent issues. You have touched 4 key thematic areas that are measurable for gender equality and women empowerment according to the Beijing Platform for Action. That is women in education and training, women in politics and decision making, women in access to income and entrepreneurship, and also women in climate change. On access to land, on issues of women's access to income, entrepreneurship, hurdles were on access to land. We have made amendments in the law. Now owning land is not a preserve for men, it is open for both men and women. Even inheritance of land, the succession law supports women to access land through inheritance. 2, on women enterprises, women constitute 44% of the enterprises in Uganda are owned and led by women. We just have to amplify them. However, women do not register their enterprises. That's a big challenge, that sometimes when there is need for compensation, we cannot quantify how much is in that business. So we need to encourage women to register their businesses and also take notes about what they have, take note of the stock, and also have people registered as workers of those businesses. On many occasions, you ask a woman, what are you doing? They are in business, but they say, I'm doing private things. But business is a job because you earn a living out of it. We have to strengthen girls and women in education. We have to strengthen girls' education And I like the idea that was brought by one of the members, that addition of 1.5 that benefits girls in a tertiary institution, that benefits girls in the universities, should also apply to tertiary institutions. If it applied to tertiary institutions, then many women would get into STEM, business, education, science, technology, vocational, they would have access. That is a policy matter that one look at. There was somebody who raised the matter that the contracts at the district level, 10 million below is secured for persons with disabilities, and maybe 20 million below for women. I've always wondered what is micro about women. Can't women manage money which is bigger than that? Can't women who are disabled manage money which is above 10 million shillings? It depends on their capacities. So we need to uplift that policy so that everybody has the opportunity. That's when we shall gain gender equality and women empowerment. So that everybody is able to put in a bid knowing that my inability or person having disabilities will not subjugate me for getting equal opportunities to the other people. There is male-dominated marketing. One of the issues that were raised, when women are working so hard in the field to own land, to have cows and big high-value crops, when it goes to marketing, it is the men who are marketing coffee, who are selling land, who are selling cows, and yet women would have had the opportunity to own the cows. We need to improve on this so that women can also own big enterprises that give them more money and resources. That has been a cultural practice, but we need to advocate and speak about it so that people get to know that it is bad and it only is demonstrated, it only weakens women's participation in the economy. Many issues were raised about GLOW, and like I stated before, we need to have a session with women where all the issues of GLOW can be discussed. I don't want to discuss GLOW in piecemeals. I've already talked a few things about it, but we need a big brief about the operations of GLOW. We have now managed it for about 3 years. We need to know where it picked us, where it has reached now, what are the challenges, how do we address them. I agree with the idea of women's inclusion in GLOW. GLOW is a big program for women. Women leaders must be involved into GLOW. It was excluded by the World Bank within the premise of their discussions. They did not include women, capturing women leaders. And I think within the review, every 5 years we have to review these policies. So within the review, we shall include women's involvement, especially the women leaders, so at least they are knowledgeable. Because when they are knowledgeable, they will be able to impart the knowledge to the others who are capable of benefiting from GLOW. Right Honorable Speaker, we discussed a number of issues about gender equality. And many people were even writing notes to me. How about the boy child? Why have we left the boy child behind? The boy child has not been left behind. But I think we need now to have a positive male engagement, and that's why we have now the component of positive masculinity. Many times when we talk about issues of women, some men frown and feel women are taking up their space. But we want to talk to them so that they not fear that women are taking up any space. We give them the liberty, but we have to do positive masculinity. When a man is empowered with positive masculinity, he would know how to apply his strength for purposes of protection and defending women. And women should not appear to be a threat in their space. But we should need to share on managerial space. We need to share. Because if women constitute 51% of the total population, and they are only given 30% of the space in leadership, that does not bring the demographic dividends of equality. Honorable Speaker, women raised the issues of the shrinking pace of an affirmative action. And one of the youth also raised that we need to give only 2 terms for women leaders in Parliament. You might think it is right, but how about the men who have open space? Why have we not talked about the only holding 2 terms of office? women only have 30%. And for your information, right, honorable colleagues, sorry, the speaker is always informed. For your information, 30% affirmative action in leadership has not yet even given us 30% of representation in parliament. One woman representing a district has not yet generated 30% of the composition of women in parliament. And yet affirmative action was meant to give a minimum to begin with, 30%. So it is always because the president has had his own ex-officials. That's how we get to 32, sometimes 34%. So how about a scenario where we shall have an insensitive person who will not think about including women as ex-officials? So we need to have this law improved to ensure that, and 30% was for beginning. If we can begin with 30%, we thought the law in principle felt that with time, women would continue to compete on open space and make it to the 50-50%. But 30 years down, we have not been able to break even to the 30%. So we think it is critical, it is a policy that requires a review. And we, in the 1995 Constitution, it was stated that every 10 years, this affirmative action would be reviewed. It is now 30 years, we have never reviewed that law, right, Honorable Speaker. And we plead that we review this law so that we can be able to improve on the representation of women in a political space and managerial position. On justice, somebody raised on age of consent and felt that 18 years is too small, that there was a need to increase to 20 or 24 years for age of consent. Indeed, when you look at our young girls at 18%, they are still very young. They don't know many things, even concerning families. Family is a family. When you enter a family, it is the life you are going to live up to forever. So women need to know the age at which you start when taking strong decisions about yourself to begin with. So I thought that was an idea the Deputy Speaker raised, and I thought it makes a lot of sense for us to improve on. And another one talked about education qualifications. But let me conclude with one thing, issue of efficacy. The issue of efficacy. As a researcher, an academic researcher, we always have a challenge of women not believing in themselves. It doesn't matter whether try and lose, but try to begin with. Be available, try it, you'll manage it. We need to believe in ourselves. We need to amplify our voices. We do not want to allow media to downplay us. So we have to confront these situations that are really limiting our barriers. Many of the barriers we are facing are our own barriers we have created. Because if you consider 51% of the total population, then who is barring who? Because you have the numbers. So if you believe in an idea, pursue it to the dead ends, you will achieve it. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to lastly thank you. The session speaker has done her job very well. The deputy session speaker has performed her duties very diligently. She's even holding the Constitution. Everybody is looking at it. And the procedures of Parliament. I could see them breathing within her space when she rose to speak to us. But we can't thank you enough, the Right Honorable Anita Among, for what you have done today. Is not just an eye-opener. It also gives inspiration. It's a groundbreaking. And we are very certain and confident that with our prayers, you are coming back to speakership position. You have set foot so well. You have represented women so well. You have always raised issues touching women. In that space, whenever you stand, you talk about women so passionately. But you have not only talked about them, you have now demonstrated it. With small limitations and issues that we have, we know we have you in on that chair. Since you are the one who appropriates budget, I would pray that one, we all understand it very seriously. Since she's at the apt of appropriating a budget, our challenges have ended today.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
We know she will do whatever it takes. Where we had failed to touch, we shall touch. Right, Honorable Speaker, while you are away, I mentioned that women, this year we do not have money to support them for celebrating the International Women's Day in the districts. Last year we had some money for subvention, we gave them. But this year we do not have. We pray that you think about it. We know that you can whisper to the president. We know that you can touch some budgets all over. We pray that these women are supported, because the burden of holding these celebrations only lies to women members of parliament and the district executive members and the women councillors and also the leagues. We pray that you remain our partner in this agenda. I want to thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker of this session, for giving me an opportunity to present not only the statement, but also the concluding ideas that will be merged onto our statement on the International Women's Day. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. And I really want to appreciate you for giving us this time since we started, and the members of parliament that have been with us since morning. We have come to the conclusion of our session, but of course, I want to thank you for coming. I want to thank you for all the deliberations. Honorable Speaker, I want to talk about you, but the way I talk about you in the capacity of a Speaker of Parliament, when you came in this house as the Speaker of Parliament of the 11th Parliament, you made a statement and said, this is a people's parliament. Some of us who were watching on TV, we didn't understand what you were talking about. Today, we've come to realize that this is the people's parliament. You've brought the women leaders to the corridors of power. We are rubbing shoulders with people with power. The honorable members before you are grassroots women. These are women who are working for other women in their districts without even a pay. We are so grateful that you've given us an opportunity to come here and sit where you sit, where ministers sit, where members of parliament sit, and debate issues. I want to inform you, Honorable Speaker, that we have concluded the order paper. We've had a statement and 4 motions were passed, and the resolutions are here. We are going to hand them over to you. So we cannot thank you enough. Who of these women will ever forget you? The Right Honorable Anita Among Magogo Nalongo. We cannot take this opportunity for granted. Thank you so much for bringing us together. The old, the young, the PWDs, all the categories have been captured very well. We can't thank you enough, and no one can take this opportunity for granted. Our prayer is that you stay long. We ask God to give you more twins. And it is at this time, the girls now. The honorable members are saying after the 2 boys, now they want the 2 girls. Inshallah. So it is at this time that I give you an opportunity to speak to your women. Thank you, and we cannot thank you enough.
allow me to stand. When you're talking before the speaker, it is always very important to stand out of respect and decorum of the House. Honorable members, first I want to thank you so much for the deliberation that you've had. As I left you here, I was watching what each and everybody was saying. I was watching. And the whole of Uganda is watching and has been watching your deliberations. You're now going to be the change agents of this country. When we joined the Parliament of Uganda in the 11th Parliament, we say this Parliament is a transformative and a people-centered Parliament. And indeed today, we have seen the people-centered Parliament in the Parliament of Uganda. We as Parliament of Uganda, 11th Parliament, we will never walk alone. We'll always walk with our people behind there. You know, I'm a lover of Liverpool, so we'll never move alone. And one thing I want to assure you, that we remain indebted to the women of this country. Who are we to invite you and you come over to sit here the whole day to deliberate issues concerning a woman? That leaves a mark in this country. And I want to assure you, the discussion, the debate that you've had is not going to be in vain. All what you've discussed, much as Dr. Mutuso has been responding, she's going to give a formal response as per Rule 220 of the Rules of Procedure. We will give you a response on the petitions that have been presented here. The Rule 220 will require the minister to give a response on the issues that have been raised on the floor. And Honorable Mutuzo, Doctor, bear with us, be with us. I know you're a lover of women, you're passionate about your work, and where need be, this is a powerhouse. This is a powerhouse. And we'll always make sure that a person who is always happy down there is a woman. 90% or 99% of the responsibility in a home all relies on a woman. When a kid has not gone to school, the man will come back. Why hasn't this kid not gone to school? When there's no food at home, a man will come, where's food? So it is the women of this country, of this world, that run a family. And because you're such important people in society, that is one more reason why we must uphold you and really pay tribute and say, the Ugandan women forever will be there for you. We will support you. We are action-oriented people. Dr. Mutuso has already talked about the Women's Day. Dr. Mutuso, I'll invite you and you come and we discuss that and we see how we handle it. I will receive the petitions, the resolutions that arose out of the motions of today. It is out of those resolutions that will subject it to Rule 220 for an action taken. And that action taken should be given to you people at an appropriate time and not so long. We need them as soon as possible. Dr. Mutuso, we've been answering, so many people have been asking questions about the GROW project. Please, 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 go and understand, study it, and give a feedback to the women. The women who are here will not be piecemeal. These are representatives of the people out there, so many people out there. So the best thing is for you to call these people one time and give them information about the GROW project or actions, and or give them accountability of the GROW project. That would satisfy the people outside there. I also want to retaliate on the issue of synthesizing people on the laws that we make as a country. I loved what Honorable Mutuso said, that you can own land, you can own property. The problem that we have is that we do not create awareness of the laws that we pass. We have passed very good laws in this house. But the problem is the people outside there don't know what law has been passed. So it is high time we make sure that the people out there get to understand the laws that have been passed, the implications that it has. Because if you're talking about a consent age of 18, as it was raised by one of the members, you know, when you're making laws, you don't make one law in isolation. It must be in conformity with another law. So if the other law is talking about 18, you don't contradict. So we need to create awareness to our people for them to be able to understand what is happening. But that said and done, I want to thank you so much. The Speaker of the House today, Hajat, Right Honorable Hajat, and the Right Honorable Deputy, you are very incredible people. You've done a great job. We as the women of Uganda, we are proud of you. You've done a very good job, and we will still have a women's parliament. We'll still have it. And there we are bringing women nearer to parliament. Or we are taking parliament to the women or to the people. And that said, I want to wish all of you Janemas back home. There is always an end to everything. But before you go, the Speaker will still announce the administrative. I hand it over to the Parliament. The Speaker will still announce the administrative announcements. And we shall go by what she announces. Once more, can I have my resolutions, Madam Speaker?
Thank you, Honorable Right Honorable Anita Among. I want to inform you that 29 resolutions of the Second National Parliament are here, and I want to take this opportunity to hand them over to you and to thank the members for their contributions. Thank you. So at this point, okay.
I have received the resolutions, and I was very happy with what you whispered. that you've seen what I go through. It's a good thing for you to feel what other people feel. Before you start criticizing the other, you should know what we go through.
True.
I want to thank you, and as I promised, we will act on these resolutions.
Thank you.
And we want, from the bottom of our hearts, sincerely to thank you. And we will also take these resolutions to SEC. There is a SEC member here. I happen to be a temporary member of the SEC, but we will take these resolutions to discuss it with His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, who loves women so much. And as we conclude, may the good Lord greatly and richly bless all of you and be with you throughout as we try to struggle and build the nation that we want. God bless you all.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. You're saying you're taking the resolutions to SEC and you happen to be a temporary member of SEC. By the time you'll take them, you'll be a substantive member of SEC, inshallah. Thank you. At this time, I want to inform you that the House is adjourned. Sign time.
Honorable members, there is a conference hall down there. She forgot to announce